Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. Welcome to the inaugural Personal Growth E-Summit. We are glad that you took the opportunity to join us wherever you are in the world and whatever time zone that you are as well, for these couple of hours to learn, share, and grow with us. My name is Joe, and I'm the organizer for this event. But I didn't do it alone. Obviously, I did it with all these wonderful speakers who will be presenting throughout the next 3-4 hours. It's not an exaggeration to say that we are living in tumultuous times. What some may see as crisis, others see as opportunities for self-discovery and the pursuit of fresh goals and visions. Now, whatever those are for you, I believe that it all starts with us, our attitude, our positioning, our mindset. I am honored to be joined today by a wonderful panel of speakers who will share from their knowledge and collective wisdom. But above all this, from their hearts. See, sometimes I feel that there's too much emphasis on capability and too little emphasis on empathy. Perhaps we all need to redress that balance, and we can start today. Once again, thank you for joining us, and hopefully this is the first of many personal growth e-summits that we will organize moving forward. I'm sure that there are a lot more people who are going to be joining us as we move on, as we roll on through the day, and they will just come in. Now, if you do have questions, obviously I'm speaking to the attendees. If you do have questions, feel free to jump onto the chat box on Zoom and type your questions. I will be keeping an eye out for those, and we'll try our best to answer them as time allows. Let's get straight into it. Our first speaker is Marie Ang. Marie Ang is a personal friend of mine, and I've had the wonderful privilege to have known her now for the past 1.5 years. She has a great heart for people, but she's also the founder and managing director of Solomon's Guild, which is a coaching company which specializes in the areas of women empowerment, marriage enrichment, and corporate enhancement. She's a certified John C. Maxwell and ICF coach, a mentor, and serves on the advisory boards of several businesses in the region. Substantial corporate management experience. But apart from all of this, her real inspiration is really to help others to live a life of significance. Most notably, towards the end of last year, she was actually invited by Chinese provincial mayor to teach her curriculum to various industries in the Shunde, Guangzhou province to assist in leadership, cultural, and people transformation. Today, this morning, well, at least in our time this morning, this evening, wherever you are, she will be talking to us about having a crisis-proof mentality. Marie, over to you.
Thank you so much, Joe, for that introduction, and good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everybody. I really appreciate you taking the time to sit in this amazing group of speakers and to see everybody from all over the world, I assume. So thank you very much for having me. Today, I'm going to talk about, having a crisis-proofed mentality. It means that developing it. Now, let me share the screen with you all so that you can see where I'm going with this. So bear with me. Right, can you all see the screen? Give me a thumbs up if you can. So thank you for that. Now, basically, having a crisis-proof mentality doesn't mean that, you don't go through issues, you are not worried, you're not anxious. It's not that, but rather to be prepared for, situations and to call upon some of the help that we can get on. So what I want to do is this, the COVID-19 has got so many issues, and it is one of the viruses that actually impacted not just, one country or two, it impacted globally. I was just thinking this morning, while I was preparing for this summit, was that even Hollywood, actors, actresses are also going into this these issues because they cannot go for filming, they can't produce films and all sorts of things. So it wasn't just a matter of just us, but everybody in that respect. So what I want to share with you are some tips to help you have that kind of crisis-proof mentality, so that, whenever any crisis, whether it's local or global, we can tap on it, at least minimally, some of the little tools to help you along. So when you come to the end of a rope, tie a knot and hang on. This is by Franklin Roosevelt. So most times, right, we will just end up, dropping everything, scared, hide away, or, just give up. And I encourage you not to do that in that sense. What do I mean by that? Okay, because emotions are affected. When crisis happens, like in this case of COVID-19, not only jobs are impacted, the family is impacted. A lot of people are infected one way or another. And what comes up to the surface are fear, insecurity, even our self-esteem is affected, because we go like, are we good enough for this? Is my job secured? Is my business going forward? What do I have to do? And some of us even feel abandoned, in a sense that, nobody's helping us. We feel that, perhaps, in a sense that nobody cares. And even anger too. I have come across people who are like very angry with, the whole virus thing. Yeah, it's very normal to do that in a sense. And so what do we have to do? Well, let me give you 4 tips. Now, remember the word SPCA. No, it's not Singapore Prevention of Cruelty to Animals. It's just 4 tips. So S stands for seek, P stands for pivot, C stands for coach, and A stands for association. So I'll go through the tip one by one. Now, what do I mean by seek? Now, during this crisis, I personally am also affected by quite a few things here and there. But what I seek comfort is this, that, I am able to tap on a pool of associates. And what do I mean by that? Now, when you are in any form of service industry or some sort of selling products whatsoever, what I noticed during this crisis was that in the WhatsApp group, right, there are friends that actually reach out to us and say, look, I'm running a restaurant and I need help with either A, delivery, B, can anybody help me with like buying some stuff from me, I have a promotion, and things like that. And you get a lot of people coming up to say, okay, look, I don't mind doing delivery for you. I don't mind, ordering some food for you, or I don't mind, using some of your services. Obviously, we can't charge through the nose in that respect. And of course, we cannot charge the usual price when during a non-crisis period. So, people are willing to step up and help you. Friends even. Now, I have a friend who does bakery, and she bakes from home. She makes beautiful cakes and all that. And then she said, look, I'm just trying to, she's a single mom, by the way. So I'm just trying to, make some income during this time because, there's no income and she's a single mom. And during her so-called, she actually got a job, but because of this crisis, she was made redundant. But she's very good at baking. So what did she do? She baked a few things, took photos, and then start sending it to other friends and say, even if you order from me, 2 cupcakes, 3 cupcakes, and I'm happy to do that, and I'll get my husband to deliver and all that. So friends were willing to step up and say, yeah, we don't mind, we don't have a lot of money to spend, but we're willing to buy, a little cupcake here and there, for birthdays, for anniversaries, and then she just delivers them. And even customers, so they reach out to them to same thing, touch base. Don't, in a sense, like, retreat into yourselves, because once you retreat yourselves, no one knows, whether you're going, coming, whatever that may be, you're still operational. And also I find that, in some countries, I can't speak for all the countries, but let me just speak on behalf of Singapore. We were very blessed because the government were giving us grants, the businesses, small businesses, to say, look, how can we help you tide over some of the stuff? So just yesterday, I received a check from the government, kind of like giving me back 75% salary support for some of my employees. So things like that you can tap on. And if you're not sure, seek an accountant, ask questions in that sense. Now, mentors. For me, that's a big favorite, and coaches also, excuse me. So mentors and coaches are a big favorite of mine. Why? Because they not only direct you, help you to refocus, realign, they also help you to calm your emotions down, because they have gone through some of the issues that we are currently going through. May not be in that big an issue in a sense like the crisis, like this crisis, but they have been through some of the challenges and they're able to direct you, help you, and guide you. Okay, so that's for S. And don't suffer in silence. Speak up. In that sense that the crisis-proof mentality includes things like not mental disorder, but also in the sense that you will also go through a lot of emotional stuff and all these things. Don't suffer in silence. Just reach out, And P is for pivot. Look at new ways of changing your business model. And I took this opportunity to put this on top because even though I have the curriculum for women in my Solomon's Guild company, the focus now for me is women empowerment, enrichment, and equipment. In that sense, what I mean is this: I'm concentrated now on this particular women's empowerment. And actually, it kind of like took off because during this time, a lot of women are suffering quietly too. And so I changed slightly a bit in the sense that instead of doing my curriculum and thing, I started in doing my belief. So let me share this while I elaborate on this business model. What happened is this: during March, beginning of the COVID, what we call the circuit breaker in Singapore, Simon Sinek spoke to all the John Maxwell coaches, and he told his story of how he went from being an entrepreneur to where he is now, starting with the why. And what he said was this: he said 4 years into his business, he felt that his spirit was getting a bit tired, so he had a bit of for lack of a better word, entrepreneur fatigue. And he was saying how is he going to keep going and sustaining a business? And one of his friends was concerned, looking at him going through the motions, but not as enthused in his business. And then he said this. He said, the friend told him this. Friend said, I think you did not know your why when you do this entrepreneurship. And I suggest maybe perhaps you take a step back, think about it. And so Simon actually took a step back and thought about it. And when he thought about it, he realized that what his friend said about the why was the thing that he resonated with. So he started to say, you know what? I really need to find my why. And if I'm the person who's finding my why, everybody will be finding that why, which one of the speakers will be covering on today. So stay put. Now, Simon Sinek said this also. He said, why are we selling our business based on curriculum, products, and services? Why don't we sell our business on our belief? And that's where his this belief of why kind of like started the whole thing for him. So I suggest that, this is just a suggestion, that look at your business model and go back to the basic. Why did you do what you do? Right? Is it a belief or is it because everyone else is doing? And looking at also restructuring your business. Can you also, do lean now instead of having a bigger office, or having everybody come to work? Like in Singapore now we telecommute. So some can work from home, some, basically can go to the office, but, we have all this social distancing. So look at restructuring. Do you need some of the positions? Can you offload some? Can you outsource some? And minimization in a sense also try not to spend too much money. Cash is king now, because what happened is you need to sustain for the long term. We don't know how long this crisis is going to happen. Go on for. But that's not just for this crisis, but it's also for other crises as well. For example, perhaps, the industry that you are in, could be drying up and all these things. And how can you look at, less cost and more effective in all these things, which covers the cost saving in that respect. So just look at new ways to pivot, look at your business model, save some money. If necessary, don't spend. So that's one thing. Now, talking about pivoting. So I took this from the Straits Times, about 800 SQ cabin crew deployed. And what they do is basically, we are all served by all these hosts and hostesses in Singapore Airlines and all that. But what they did was during this time was SQ said, look, we don't want just to put you on unpaid leave and all that. Why don't you utilize all the skills that were provided by SQ to serve in other industries. So some of them were in the hospitals, some were diverted to customer service, and so they became very active and they learned new skills as well. So that's another way of pivoting. Now C for coaching. So I covered S, and then I covered P, and now C for coaching. Now coaching don't just help you, it helps others too. What I meant by that, in a lot of instances, right, people say, I don't need coaching and all these things, but actually coaching is not just tell you what to do. Sometimes coaches journey with you. Actually, most times they journey with you. There are times when we feel down, they are the ones that hold our hand. There are times when you're up, they're there to celebrate with you. So they journey with you through some of the issues. And I cannot emphasize enough that when I personally was going through some issues in life, apart from this crisis, coaches that came alongside me, whether mentors or coaches, let's say coaches for that matter, came alongside me, lift me up, help me through some of the issues. So let me just quickly share a story. When I was made redundant in 1999, I was one of the highest positional leader in the bank, one of the top 4 banks in Australia. And after I got made redundant, I lost my purpose. I even lost my identity because I tagged my identity to my job. And so after that, right, I kind of went into depression, didn't want to meet anybody, was affected by everything. Long and short of it was that, one of my friends who became my coach in a sense, saw what I was going through, and she took me out for lunch, and I refused to go because the place where she's taking me out for lunch is the place that I used to work. And so she decided that, no, I need to confront my fears. And she took me out to lunch over there, and she made me walk across the glass doors to that previous office that I used to work with. It's the longest walk of my life. And when I was walking through past that 2 doors, right, my staff who were having lunch there saw me, and they were all whispering to themselves and pointing at me and say, like, she was made redundant, she's the one, and all these things. And I tell you, I felt like, I wanted a big hole to open up and swallow me whole. But my friend helped me by my hand, and she said, no, lift your chin up, look straight, and walk with me. Don't stop. You did nothing wrong. And she literally refused to let me go. And after I walked past the door, right, I just wept. It was almost like this shame, this condemnation, this label, being made redundant, useless. It was lifted off. And, and that day I actually recovered, and I resolved that, I'm not going to tag my identity to my job anymore. I'm going to find myself. And with that, I can be a better person. So coaches help you in that sense. As this is borrowed from Barry O'Reilly, who said that coach actually facilitate, mentor, advice, consultant, problem solve. So sometimes we are coach, sometimes we are mentor, sometimes we are even consultant, or all 3 in 1, then seek out somebody who can help you. And A for association, strength in numbers. Very important during this time, during any crisis, right? It's important to be in associations of like-minded people. Don't stick at home, stay at home, stick to the, few people or friends, in that sense. Go and join associations that is related to your industry so that, they can also share some, not just tips, perhaps opportunities, perhaps something that they can collaborate with and all that. For example, Brands for Good is a huge association made up of a lot of businesses as well as the movers and shakers. And what happened during this crisis, this COVID crisis, was that they started doing a lot of Zoom calls, and they bring all the businesses, not in that sense of members, but also outside businesses together to discuss, to network, to also brainstorm. How can we then go through some of the issues in COVID, and how can we serve better, and also to help other businesses as well? And they raise a lot of money to help all the small, medium enterprises in that sense. So strength in numbers, join association, so that, it will help you tie through the crisis, but at the same time will give you hope for the future. So together we can do a lot more than when we do it alone. That's a quote by Helen Keller. And, before coming to a close, I just want to encourage all of you to understand that, I also started a women empowerment for mistress class. So feel free to scan a QR code, connect with me on Facebook and also on LinkedIn. And I would love to connect with you, all the people that, in a sense, can add value to you and serve you. And this morning, once again from Singapore, thank you, Joe, for the opportunity to serve. Thank you for everyone paying attention. Thank you so much. Over to you, Joe. Thank you, Joe.
Thank you very much, Marie. You covered quite well, it obviously was quite an overview, and you covered both a perspective on from a corporate crisis. You covered that right at the start, and you also covered the personal issues and a crisis that affects yourself. And a wonderful story that you shared. I know I can certainly attest to at least a lot of the examples that you shared personally in my own life as well, and crisis that have occurred in my life throughout, whether is it in my personally or in career. I always take with myself a good piece of advice. Someone actually told me, deposited into me, someone sometime really early in my life. I think I was in my early 20s. And she basically told me straight, they said, Joseph, I don't care how many times you fall, I only care that you pick yourself up again. And that is the thing that really defines us moving forward. It does not mean that just because we adopt, if we could put it, an anti-crisis mentality, or we have these coping mechanisms, that crisis does not come.
Correct.
And it come in various forms.
Yes.
And it's like, how we continue to cope and move from strength to strength, even when crisis wants to put us in positions of weakness.
Yes.
Exactly. I did notice, though, some people, when they go through crisis, they tend to adopt a victim mentality.
Yes.
A victim mentality, and and I'm not saying this as a critique, because it happens to everyone.
Exactly. Yeah.
Sometimes crisis, maybe when we mature in having a positive mindset in dealing with crisis, sometimes one crisis may not throw you off balance, but a combination of crises strung together can knock us off our feet. And then it brings us back to this victim mentality. How would you suggest someone, say if you have a friend or a colleague that has this victim mentality, overcome that thought process?
Okay, so a great question, Joe. So being human, we are more than just human and skin and face and everything else. We are also kind of like driven by emotions, physiological stuff, mental emotions, mental mindset, all these things. So basically when somebody, kind of like went into this victim mode, in a sense, I tend to ask questions of where it comes from. Because when you said that, it's not just one crisis that knocked you off. There's plenty of other crises, but some crises affect us more than others. For example, the family dynamics. It could be also a marriage. It could be, family toxicity, the baggage from the past. All this can also affect us. So we then kind of like being driven by those emotional baggage more so than the crisis externally. For example, like this COVID situation, people can cope better with the COVID situation than they can cope staying at home for 2 months with their family members. And, unfortunately, we have also read that, suicide actually went up, domestic violence went up, and all these things. So in that sense, that is also crisis within the family itself. And we have to then dive into the deeper part of where this all started, why it all started. Because before the COVID, everybody was doing their own thing. So they're outside of the house, they do their own thing, they love or have passion about all this. But the minute everybody comes together, what happens? It's like a volcano, so it started to explode. So for somebody who went through this kind of saying, like, I cannot cope with it anymore, the big C comes in, the coaching. So coaches help to dig out some of the things and say, like, what exactly is it that's bothering you? Is it your insecurity? Is it your fear? What exactly is it that you feel? Or is it your self-esteem? Or is it you feel like you're not coping? And if not, why? And then we journey with you through all those issues and then help you to see that, you're not a victim. You're not the only one. In fact, it's very normal across the board. And you're only human. However, don't stay rock bottom too long. In a pity party, nobody comes to your pity party. Let's put it this way, and nobody brings presents anyway. So this is the thing that, I would encourage people to find somebody you respect, that you admire, that you want to emulate perhaps, and then take it from there. Yeah.
Wonderful.
Great question, Joe.
Thank you very much. I actually have in my home, I have a very nice poster of a sailboat that's caught in rough seas, and it has this quotation on it: "When you can't change the direction of the wind, adjust your sail."
Yes.
Adjust your sail. Crisis comes and crisis goes.
Yes.
And a new crisis comes, whether is it in work, in relationship, in marriage,
exactly.
in your relationship with your children, with your parents, with your spouse, with your in a workplace, with your colleagues, with your bosses. It can be financial crisis.
Exactly.
We're not, in saying all of this, we're not dismissing the gravity of some of these crises. I mean, obviously, they can have real impact and implication. But I think a lot of times, if we adopt that victim mentality, avoid that victim mentality, these are all steps that we can take. Look at a more positive way of looking at situations that come to us, but also talk to people. Talk to people, open yourself up to share with people your struggles, and know that as we do that, and I found this by myself through failing, and I don't mind admitting this. Many times I realized that actually when I share with people, I realize that I'm not the only one going through them.
Yes, exactly.
There are other people who go through the same thing, maybe even worse, and it puts me, it gives me the right perspective on the crisis in my own life.
Yes, absolutely.
Does anyone have any other questions that they want to pose? You can type it in the chat box.
Any questions? Nope. Cool.
Okay, well, yeah, you're always welcome to type in your questions, even for Marie, and we can. Okay, we do have one. Okay, this is an interesting one. How can one become a mini coach? I don't know what a mini coach is, but how can one become a coach of sorts to help others and make it an income generating activity?
So we're talking about monetization here. But first and foremost, before anyone pay you, you need to build credibility first. So let's put it this way. You offer something for free first, in a sense, complimentary. People need to taste before they will buy. So if you're a mini coach, right, you add value in a sense, like, like now, you do Zoom calls, or, occasionally, help those who seek your help. And what you need to do is that you need to also, now, three things. Number one, complement, in a sense, become the subject matter expert. So in interaction in Facebook, social media, to show that you have value, to show that you know what you're talking about, as a mini coach kind of thing. So interact. So that's one. Number two is that when people start coming to you, I say, look, I do mini coaching and I charge per hour. So you must have a price point too. So don't just say, I'm a coach and how much do you charge? I don't know, whatever. You also must take it as if like it's your mini business. Even if you say mini coaching, let's say mini business. So, in a sense. So what's your price point? And don't overcharge. Don't say 1 hour I charge $7,000, whatever. But say, look, perhaps, I charge about $50, what's your budget? So have a price point. Number three is that when you become the subject matter expert and you have a price point, people will start coming to you and ask the question, is there anyone else that I can serve and help? And so it becomes like you start the ball rolling in a sense. And then what you do is also make sure you put yourself out there, because I find that when you put yourself out there, make sure you are of substance. Sorry to say, I do not acknowledge the fact that, I'm a life coach. I'm not a life coach. I don't know everything about life. I only know certain things about life. So I'll just say that, look, I just empower women. But I have a team of people to help me. When I say team of people, I'm not talking about employees. I'm talking about people who are resonate with what I say and do. So this would be another one whereby everybody collaborate with everybody. In a sense, also as a mini coach, you are also directing people to the right source. So you may not have all the answers, but some people do. And when you have a team of people, you collaborate with, you can say, look, I've got somebody who's going to ask about financial literacy, for example, and you have somebody who does that. You can refer that to. Now, why is that referral important? Because when somebody who approach that financial literacy coach to say, look, I need help with certain aspect of what you do, they will refer back to you. So it's a collaborative effort in that sense. So the 3 points is this. I reiterate. Number 1, be a subject expert. Interact on social media. Number 2, have a price point, but reasonable and enough to generate that income for you without being ridiculous, if you know what I'm saying. And number 3 is collaborate with other people who are better in, not say better, but who are not subject experts in your area, but in other areas that you can refer to. Yeah, so that would be my 3 pointers.
Wonderful. I'll just like to just then quickly wrap up that question and add on 3 more points. Of course, from a commercial business perspective, there are a lot of different things that we can do and interventions that we can pursue to make any business profitable and revenue generating. And so it's a great question. But I would like to also then dial back a little bit more to 3 fundamental points. One is your passion. Make sure that you want to do something for the right reasons, and that it's something that you're passionate about, because it may be that when you start, at least in the short term, and maybe even to the midterm, it may not have that revenue potential that you think that it might have, and that it will take time. So if you go into it with the wrong reasons, without the right passion, inclinations, then you're going to drop out halfway. Sometimes the greatest prize is right at the top and the apex of this mountain that you're climbing, but you have to keep climbing, and the higher you go, the tougher the climb is going to be.
Yes.
The second thing I would mention is authenticity. Authenticity is important because that's directly the way the people that you are connecting to relate to you. If they don't connect with you on an authentic level, you don't build that level of trust with them. We can forget about ever crossing the bridge for building a revenue or making money out of any of this, because you've not built trust, you've not built right relationship.
Yes.
People think that you're just out to make a fast buck out of them.
Yes, exactly.
Social media is replete with all these examples. I was sharing with with a couple of people. You see these sponsored ads on Facebook. I'm sure all of us have seen them. And I see a lot of these ads right now that says, discover your purpose in life.
Yes.
Invest in this stock, or break free from the rat race. Buy this property. So I'm not throwing shade at these ads, but what I'm trying to say is that people need to feel that you're authentic, especially when we're dealing with aspects to do with life coaching, and those kinds of areas, quite broad. People need to know that they can trust you. The last one I would say, probably in a whole list of laundry list of stuff that you can focus on, is it's your niche. Niche. Discover your own niche. What is it that you're focusing on? If it is work related, if it's career related, is there a specific aspect in career coaching or mentoring that you want to focus on? If it's in life, is there a specific area? Is it marriage? Is it specific? And if it's in marriage, is it about communication, or is it how you relate to your children, or whatever? Trying to find that niche. So your passion, your authenticity, and your niche. So I would say these points. Thank you so much, Marie. I think this was a good start that sets the scene. Thank you very much, Marie, for sharing your experience and your perspective.
Thank you for the honor. Thank you, Joe.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, we're going to move right along and I'm going to introduce the next speaker. Next speaker is Janice Chan. She's based in Singapore. Amazing woman. She's a riot. I'd like to say that she's a riot. She's really funny. If you haven't seen her Facebook posts, if you haven't seen her posts on TikTok, it's amazing. It's really cool. Let me just pin your spotlight video here. Okay.
Hi, Joe. Hi, everyone.
Hi.
I'm trying to focus where the camera.
She's a Discovery Life coach, and she helps professionals discover their hidden potential through result-oriented conversation to achieve their personal and professional goals. So you do obviously more than TikTok videos, right? So you obviously give talks on mindset, and I've seen some of them as well. They're great. Mindset, emotional management, and you create all this wonderful stuff on TikTok as well. And I'm sure you're going to tell us a little bit about that. But Janice, to you.
Okay. Yep. Hi, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Thanks, Joe, for inviting me to this awesome event. I'm so excited that I wake up at, because my voice is not open yet, so I have to like go into the toilet and then start like exercising my voice. Good morning, everyone. And it's a great pleasure to be here. I'm Janice from Singapore. Yes, today we have a very meaningful event, and my topic will be on mindset. So I'm going to share with everyone what mindset is all about and how it affects us. Okay, so let me go to the screen. Okay, so basically like what Joe has mentioned, I am a Discovery Life coach and also a training specialist. And I'm also a licensed facilitator for the 7 Habits of Highly Effective People, and a certified yoga and fitness instructor, which is what I use, the mindfulness tools that I use during my coaching session, where I help my clients to get into some takeaways, some tools for them to manage in between our conversations, like doing meditation journaling, or even EFT, emotional freedom tapping techniques. Okay, so what I'm showing here, this hand is not mine. Okay, I'm sure that everyone who wants success in their life, in their health, in their wealth, in their relationship, in all the things that they want in life. So I'm sure I'm one of them, okay, who will probably, sometimes when I flip through the newspaper, I saw the daily horoscope, I'll just look at it, so what's my luck for today? Or what's my luck for the week? And some of my friends even go to, for tarot card readings, right? Or something, in Chinese, we have this 八字, okay, which is also some kind of fortune telling readings to find out how their luck is for that year. Okay, so you see that a lot of fortune teller will tell them that, oh, you are gifted to do business. You should embark on business, and the business you should go into maybe is like food and beverage, right? F&B. Maybe you should be do something with finance. You should do something with health. You should do something with talking, because you're a born speaker. So from there, they'll be able to tell you, what is your innate ability, your inborn ability, talent, and what are you good in your life and what you should do. But how many of us actually take stock at the end of the year and wonder if it really happens, right? So I mean, we can have a lot of innate abilities, talent, intelligence, but the thing, it still boils down to one thing, that is mindset. Okay, your mindset. What is a mindset? Basically, as we can see from this definition, it's a lens of a frame of mind which orientate people to a particular set of association and expectation. Okay, so I'm going to play a short video. When I popped off, then you go gave me just a little bit of love. Okay, I'm a TikTok queen. So that's me. Yeah, so how is mindset formed? As we can see from this video, it all starts with a thought. Okay, I want to lose some weight. So in order to lose weight, example, we want to lose weight, all right? It's because I can look beautiful, I can fit into the dress, I can attend I'm getting ready for my wedding and so on and so forth. And that creates a belief that, you know, by having a slim body, I'm able to look nicer. So that's our belief. So it creates a positive attitude. Okay, so the attitude that we take will create the actions to take. So when the action is taken, okay, we will have an experience. Yeah. So the experience can be you're successful. If you're successful, it will affirm your thoughts, and that cycle will go on until something offsets it. Right? What if like, oh, after I take action and I don't see results, like, oh, I want to lose weight 10 kilograms in a month, and I don't achieve it. For some people, they will probably tweak their diet plans, their weight management plans. But there are some people who will just fall into the experience and said that, oh, maybe I belong to the fat genes because, you know, my family has are overweight. All of them are overweight. All of them have issues. So I don't think I can achieve it. Maybe I'll just live with it. Okay. So these are the and this comes up to a fixed mindset and growth mindset. Now, this theory comes from the psychologist called Carol S. Dweck. She's an American psychologist and a professor in psychology at Stanford University. And she came up with studies about personality and development, right? So, and she said that, you know, people with fixed mindset believe, right? People with fixed mindsets believe that their basic abilities, intelligence, and talents are born, okay? They have a certain amount and that's it. Okay, their goal is to look smart and not look dumb, yeah? But a person with a growth mindset will understand that their talents and ability can be developed through effort, good teaching and persistence. They don't think everybody is the same, okay? Not everyone is the same, but they can get smarter if they learn and develop their abilities. So from this chart, we can see that how people with fixed mindset and growth mindset think, right? So they think that intelligence is a fixed trait, when growth mindset is a starting point. And they start to document about themselves, okay, for fixed mindset. Okay, I'm born with this amount of IQ. When I was a kid, I was shown that I was bad in math. I would never score well in math. I don't want to try because I'll look dumb, I'll look stupid. Yeah. And whereas growth mindset believe that, okay, if I'm not good in something, I can learn, I can work with it, I can speak to expert, I can go for a course. And people with fixed mindset, you will probably have heard this people saying that, oh, that person can do everything, you know, no problem with money because he's born with a silver spoon in the mouth, right? Not well, not for me because I come from an average family. I should be getting this X amount of money because that's what my parents earn, okay, or my peers earn. So yeah, so I can't get better than where I am now, so I better be happy. Whereas a person with a growth mindset will not think of it this way. They believe that in order to be successful, you not only need to learn and you not only need to develop your skills, but you probably will also fail. Okay, you also meet challenges. And these challenges is not a setback. Whereas when a fixed-minded person will think that failures is a personal labor to them. But person with growth mindset will embrace challenges and take setback as a form of feedback. Okay, so just like what Albert Einstein says, I didn't fail. I just found out 10,000 ways that doesn't work. Okay, so how our mindset goes will also affect our health and well-being. Okay, so I set the example just now. For there are some people who wants to lose weight, they want to have a weight management program, but when they are successful in losing a few a few pounds, a few kilograms, they'll be so happy, they will celebrate. But sometimes when they meet a plateau, they think that, oh no, maybe I'm destined to fail. I'm not supposed to have that kind of weight because of my body type. I'm an endomorph. The person is an endomorph, a person who didn't have much fat, and I am a fatty person, so I should, well, maybe not for me. Okay, and it also affects, like, especially when people meet failures, like what Marie has mentioned just now. So some people who met failures, they go into a victim mindset. So a person with fixed mindset, it's very clearly shown when they are faced with failures. I fail in business. Okay, I will not be able to do excel in it again. Probably I'll share a story about myself. Okay, everyone will have a certain amount of fixed and growth mindset. I was a very fixed-minded person. I just introduced myself just now that I'm also a certified yoga instructor. And I started a yoga studio back in 2003 called Creative Body Studio. So it's a very nice, cozy boutique studio and a very cozy place, okay? And then, so what happened was that there were a lot of little boutique studios around, but that doesn't affect any one of us. Until one day, a large yoga studio started coming in, a corporate. Okay, they came in and they started going around giving free class for a good 6 months. And imagine how that affected my business at that point of time, right? So I was really, really very upset because I tried all means. I cannot give 6 months of free classes. So I started giving promotion, I started doing all kinds of things. In the end, unfortunately, I have to fold the business, okay? And I ended up really, really feeling defeated for a long time. And my friend just told me, why don't you just try again? Why don't you just do it again? But at that point of time, I feel that, nah, maybe I'm not cut out for to do business, because I don't have that kind of money anymore. I was still owing people money, and then at that time, and then maybe I'm not cut out to be a business person because, come to think of it, my dad didn't make very good business choices when he started his business. So maybe I got his genes. So I had this fixed-minded for a long time until I met my coach, my own coach, okay, who started to facilitate a journey with me, a mindfulness journey with me to discover and about myself. And then I realized that, what kind of mindset that I have. I just took that failure of that business as my personal failure. So whenever anybody talk about business, I'll just look away and say, no, I'm not cut out for it. I'm not cut out for it. When everyone believes in me, I don't believe in myself. So that was my fixed mindset. It took me several sessions with my coach to talk about the mindset. And I start to have the mindset shift, especially when I dawned upon 7 Habits of Highly Effective People, okay, for this book. So, so it helped me to grow, and I start to shift. I can't say it's a very easy journey because, you know, the mindset at the back of my mind is that you're a failure, you're a failure, you're a failure. Your little voices start to talk to you about how that you are a failure. You know, so finally I went back to corporate, and then I decided that, hey, maybe I should do it again. I should try again. And so last year I went on to full-time doing full-time coaching, and I struggled too. And the worst thing, and this year I was supposed to have some collaboration with some of my friends, and then there comes our darling COVID-19, and I was like, okay. But this time around, the mindset was a little bit different. So how different is it? So I'm going to give everyone a Chinese lesson now. Okay, crisis. Okay, crisis. In Chinese, we call it wei ji. Okay, I want really everybody at least to repeat to yourself this word, wei ji, right? Or even though I can't hear you, but repeat that to yourself. Why is it so important? Okay, because of the words. Now, Chinese character is a very interesting, it is very interesting because each word has a meaning. And when the words are combined, it magnifies the meaning. Okay, so what does wei ji means? Wei itself, the word, means danger. All right, on the other hand, ji is opportunity. Isn't it very interesting? You know, the wisdom of the Chinese crisis, it is how you see it, your mindset. It can be a time of danger. It can be a time of opportunity, right? So it depends how you look at it. Okay, so so when the pandemic came and we went into the so-called lockdown, but we call it the circuit breaker, I panicked at first. So the old thoughts start coming in. I was like, oh no, I'm going to fail again. So that the danger mindset, the fixed mindset stepped in. But this time was slightly different because remember I went through coaching and then I definitely grow. If I don't grow, it's a waste of money. my coach will be so sad, right? Okay, so I see this as an opportunity. I used to be active in social media, but okay, was like not very active. I probably appear once or twice doing live on my own Facebook. I wasn't really very active. But because we are closed up in our house, okay, we are encouraged not to go down except to get essential stuff. I was so dead bored, okay? I was so dead bored that I just want to do something. So, well, maybe I should embark on more on social media. And I went again, I became very active on Facebook, very active on YouTube. Then I start to explore TikTok. What on earth is TikTok? So I just played around with it and I posted up on Facebook and everybody had fun watching it. Okay, so I just went on very active and everybody was laughing, having a good laugh. And guess what? Because of this opportunity, I just do it. I don't care how I look like. I may look very dumb. People may say that TikTok are for youngsters. They are not for people like you in midlife, in mid-40s. You know, you should be like somewhere in Facebook writing some really long comments and stuff like that. You shouldn't be acting, looking funny, okay? But opportunity came. TikTok Singapore actually approached me invited me to be their content creator for the education platform. And then I got opportunities okay, training opportunities and speaking opportunities through TikTok, because that's how they know me. They link me to, I'm able to put my YouTube, so they went into my YouTube and saw me, what I did, what I'm doing, and so on. They started to invite me, and that's how I got here too. Okay, so you see, that's whether is it a danger or opportunity. It really depends on your mindset. I have lots of stories to share, but because of time constraint, I need to, I'll just cut down to just my story. So I'm going to ask you this question and challenge your mindset today. What is your mindset? It's okay if you have a fixed mindset before, but do you intend to have a growth mindset now? Do you intend to do the shift, the mindset shift in this crisis? Not only in this crisis, but every crisis that you're facing, okay? And so how you can do it is to speak to experts, people who are already there. They have been successful. Joining association, like what Marie mentioned just now, joining communities, Facebook groups even, you can do that too, okay? Speak to them. You can speak to coaches, right? Who can help you and facilitate, act as a third eye to your situation and circumstances to help you to overcome, to look at your blind spots. Because sometimes we know what we know what we don't know. That's how we learn, but we don't know what we don't know. Like me, I don't know what I don't know. I didn't realize that actually my failure need not be my personal label. It's only a feedback, okay? Coaches can act as an accountability partner. It act as a lighthouse to shine light to where you want to go. Shine light to your blind spots, shine light to your obstacles, shine light to your limiting beliefs, okay? So also attend relevant workshops. We have no excuse, seriously, training courses, we have no excuse because it's so accessible now. Tons of free courses going on Facebook, Udemy. It's really something that, you know, it's so affordable that we have no excuse. All you need is to invest your time. Are you willing to invest your time? If you find that your dreams, your goals is important enough not to be stopped by any crisis, including COVID-19, okay, including COVID-19, shift. Have the mindset shift. Don't know how to shift? Never mind. Speak to the experts, speak to the coaches, okay, approach your coach. Go for talks and workshops. Don't shut yourself in the house and lament. Don't. Because your mind will spiral and magnify everything in your head. And our mind is really powerful. Okay, it will tell you a lot of stories that isn't true. Okay, so just remember, life is just like a box of chocolate. You'll never know what you'll get. I'm sure this is very familiar and you know where that comes from, the movie Forrest Gump. So with this, I'm going to end off and I'm going to, I really thank you guys for you being here, spending your time, investing your time to be with us and also allow me to have the opportunity to share with you about mindsets. And I really hope that it makes a difference to you. So if you want to watch more of my TikTok, okay, just scan on this barcode and you can also find me on my Facebook page, Instagram, YouTube, okay? And if you want a live coaching conversation with me, come on, get in touch with me, okay? I'll love to hear from you and I really, really would encourage you to embark your time, invest your time. It's not a waste of time, it's an investment to your time, investment to your to yourself. Okay, that somebody, no crisis can ever take it away from you. Thank you very much, and I'll hand it over to Joe. Over to you, Joe.
Thank you so much, Janice, for that presentation. Thank you for being authentic. I've mentioned already this word. Thank you for sharing from your own personal experience. But I'm going to go straight into introducing our next speaker, Vanessa Jane Patrick. Vanessa, she's awesome. That's all I can say. She puts out her Facebook videos every day, I believe every day. I look forward to watching them every day under her Limitless Potential community. She's so inspiring. I found her so inspiring. And I've managed to apply a lot of the things that she discusses and she presents in her Facebook videos personally. She is a personality profiler. She's also an international speaker, group trainer, and transformational coach who empowers individuals and teams to discover who they are, have the courage to live authentically, that's the word again, authentically, and to meaningfully contribute to the world through her online and offline seminars and courses. I already mentioned the Limitless Potential Academy, and she is the founder of the Limitless Potential Academy, where growth seekers come to get the support and experience they need to break through to their next level of potential. She also runs the Limitless Potential Show, where she interviews the world's leading authorities in personal development, human behavior, and human potential. And she also founded the Limitless Potential Inner Circle community of 5,000 plus like-minded people. So I'm just going to hand over this time to Vanessa. Vanessa, please.
Awesome. Thank you so much for such a brilliant introduction. And I'm really grateful that you did that, actually, because I have got so much that I want to squeeze in and share with everyone today. Oh, hang on, wrong one. Ugh, that'll be right. Hang on, I'll get this share going. And I want to say thank you as well to everybody who's already spoken today. You guys have been amazing. And I've really, really appreciated, yeah, absolutely everything that everybody's spoken into. It's so totally in alignment with everything that I find to be most important. And today, like Joe just mentioned, I do daily Facebook Lives. And every single day I speak for probably well over 15 minutes about really tiny, small concepts and topics and ideas. And so today is going to be a bit of a stretch for me. So I'm just warning you guys, hold on to your seats, because I'm going to fly through this today, because it's so much to fit into such a small space of time. But today I want to talk to you about what I believe to be the most important topic of all. And it might sound idealistic, it might sound woo-woo. I'm going to talk to you guys about why we get into that trap of thinking things are too idealistic and too woo-woo. But today, I want to talk to you about actualizing your limitless potential for a meaningful and a fulfilling life. All right, there's not too many people who I meet wouldn't say they want more fulfillment in their lives. Generally, they're talking about happiness. I want to talk to you guys about real meaning and real fulfillment. So I want to start with just making sure you guys can see everything, but yes. So today I want to start with the end in mind, and I want to introduce you to an amazing woman by the name of Bronnie Ware, who was a palliative care nurse, Australian, and she interviewed patients at the end of their lives who were ultimately at the end, right? And basically she correlated all of the different responses that she got to the question, what do you regret the most in your life? And the number one regret of the dying was that I wish I had have had the courage to live a life true to myself rather than one I felt was expected of me. Now, I stumbled across this piece of wisdom back when I was 25 years old, and I'd finished a business degree that my brother picked for me. I was on the pathway to becoming a lawyer because I thought that would open up the most doors. I had no idea what personal development was or any idea about your potential or how to actualize it. And I was really battling the fear of being too old to make a change, because intuitively I knew I wasn't on the right path, but I basically I was, battling this fear. Long story short, I won't go into the depths of it. I was actually at a Tony Robbins event, and some crazy, amazing coincidental things kind of happened all at once to help me break free of the wrong path. But basically, somebody handed me Bronnie Ware's book at this time, and this rung so true to me, and it's taken me on the path that I'm on today. So basically, I want to mention to you guys that your potential is limitless. You know, it might sound idealistic, but if you truly want to experience a meaningful and a fulfilling life, your goal has to be to actualize your potential. And I'm going to explain in today's training, you know, where that wisdom comes from, and, you know, a really amazing framework that stood the test of time to really help you guys see what that's all about. But, you know, most people settle for a life of mediocrity. You know, they never heed the call towards a meaningful life, or that deeper part of them in their soul that knows they've got more to give and contribute and experience and make a meaningful difference in the lives of others. You know, they're too afraid of the judgments and criticisms and opinions of others, you know, and so they opt to just belong, you know, in their surroundings with the other empty kind of skeptics, while simultaneously just numbing out on their passions and their inspirations. It's unfortunately about the 1% who actually reach for the extraordinary and who, you know, make it their life's mission to discover who they really are, you know, what it is that they'd be inspired to dedicate their lives and their heartbeats to creating, and developing the courage and the confidence to live a life that they'd truly be fulfilled by. So I want today's message to really invite you on this journey, you know, to wake you up and remind you of your greatness and your potential that you have to access in this life. And it's really what I dedicate my heartbeats to, is making sure that the people that I can connect with are making sure that their life is in alignment with what they'd be most inspired to dedicate their own heartbeats to. So I want to start also mentioning this Abraham Maslow, who was a psychologist and came up with a framework I'm going to be introducing you guys to. You might, some of you will probably have come across this before, but I want to help you to utilize it to actualize your potential. And I love this quote from Abraham Maslow, which is, if you deliberately plan on being less than you are capable of being, then I warn you that you'll be unhappy for the rest of your life. Now, I'm not saying this to be a downer, in quite the opposite. You know, with this kind of knowledge comes our ability to actualize our potential, step into, you know, the life that we were really going to be fulfilled by, you know, not somebody else's life, not living to the expectations of others, like we know the number one regret of the dying is, and actually actualizing what you're most authentically inspired by. So really, I want to also tap into the problem. So, you know, the problem is that most of society is stunted in their growth. They're stuck in survival or chasing comfort, kind of self-fulfilling. And they're creating a lack of meaning and purpose. So they're not motivated to actually do more or contribute more or grow more. And they're stuck in low levels of psychological development. So this is what the framework is going to help to kind of articulate, but basically unconsciously stuck in habitual states of being, attempting to really gain, you know, instant gratification and just avoid challenge and change. And so because of this, they get stuck in really petty states of being and, you know, believing that finding purpose is woo-woo and idealistic, and it ends up costing them, you know, their true fulfillment, as you're going to see. So another amazing quote that I really want to share with you is basically from this knowingness that awareness is the foundation for actualizing your potential. You can't transform anything without awareness. You know, you've got to, that's the foundation to everything. So another amazing quote from Maslow is, what is necessary to change a person is to change his awareness of himself. All right. So that leads us into Maslow's hierarchy of needs. Okay. So basically this is the framework that breaks it down to understand why we do what we do. Why do you do anything that you do? And how to use that sort of self-awareness to actualize your potential in life. So all human behavior can be explained by a motivation, which I'm going to share with you. So you could think of this Maslow's hierarchy of needs as kind of like a staircase that people ascend as they mature in life and as they develop themselves psychologically. And your job in life is to ascend to the top of this pyramid as quickly as possible. But before we dive into all of that, let me introduce you to Maslow's hierarchy of needs, and let's look at that pyramid. So here it is. So this was basically developed back in the 1950s by the psychologist Abraham Maslow. And like I said, you can picture it like a staircase that you've got to complete every step of before transcending to the next level. And you're not actually really motivated to move up the staircase until the needs of that current step that you're on are satisfied. Okay, so let's have a look at it. So every single human being has all of these needs, right? So we can break it down into 3 different categories. The first being the very base of the pyramid, which are your basic needs. So we all have physiological needs. This is the need to breathe, to have food and water, sex, sleep, excretion. You know, it's all just the basic needs for you as a being. If you don't have that catered for, you're not going to be able to move to the next step. But once we as human beings have that kind of catered for, we end up moving up to the next level. Now, that next level is our safety needs. So basically, this represents your security. So your security of your body, your security of having employment and an income, having resources, security of your family, making sure that they're safe, having, you know, safety and security in your health, and also, you know, shelter, property, you know, all of those things. So that makes up the basic needs of every single human being. Then once we've got that covered, we then move up to the psychological needs. All right. So these start with your social needs. This is the need that we all have to be loved and feel like we belong. You know, our friendships, our family relationships, it's having sexual intimacy with others. You know, this is, you know, basically our social needs. And when we're satisfied in our social needs, we get to transcend to more of it becomes more important. We're more motivated to move up into our esteem needs. Now, this is all about having self-esteem, building confidence, achieving, having respect of others and being respected by others. And then, you know, when we can really get into those, you know, which most people are quite low on this hierarchy, the idea is once we've catered for all of those basic needs and those psychological needs, only then can we actually get up to our self-fulfillment needs. This is having true fulfillment in our lives. And that starts with our self-actualization needs. That's all about morality, creativity, spontaneity. It's really about reaching your potential, right? It's about accessing real meaning. It's about contribution. It's about, you know, transcending yourself comes next. You know, once we're able to really meet those self-actualization needs, we feel like we're actually stepping into our potential. We're actually making a meaningful difference in the lives of others. We get to come up into this self-transcendence needs where it becomes, more about transcending the self. So now I'm not going to dive too deeply into self-transcendence with the time frame that we've got today. I'm going to kind of leave that kind of out there so you have this piece, because Maslow actually only added that very top pinnacle of the pyramid. It used to only, it used to end at self-actualization. But right before he died, he ended up adding self-transcendence needs to the equation back in 1970. So this was developed 1950. And right before he died, he realized he missed the pinnacle of the pyramid, which was the self-transcendence. So just knowing that that is, the name of the game, right? So the problem is that most people's hierarchies look more like a piece of Swiss cheese, right? There's a lot of holes, going on in these different areas of our needs. So we end up getting stunted, right? We don't maybe have Maybe we struggle just to know like that we can have food on the table, but most people have their physiological needs catered for. Maybe you have some holes in, your safety needs. Maybe like you're worried about your employment, which is, something a lot of people are worried about during this particular time in history. Maybe you feel fear for the safety of your family. Maybe you're having some health challenges. Maybe property is a struggle for you. You're not being able to pay the mortgage, whatever that is. Or maybe you've got some holes in your social life. Maybe you're not really good at making friends. Maybe you don't have, a connection with your family that you'd like. Maybe you don't have an intimate relationship that you'd really like. Or maybe you've got some big holes in the esteem. Maybe you really lack self-esteem, confidence. You're not really achieving, you're not really respecting others or getting their respect. Or, most of us have some holes definitely up in the self-fulfillment realm, and maybe, not contributing to society at all, maybe even more so, just not being aware of all of this stuff and where it could lead us. So lots of holes that could be going on in that realm, right? So you could think about it as the Swiss cheese hierarchy of that's the problem, right? And we're going to come back to this. I'm going to give you guys some questions so you can make the most of this in your own life and actually apply it very shortly. But what's the real lesson, in all of this? Basically, it's that this pyramid is your game plan for life. Right? Like this is it. Most of us are searching, what do I do with my life? Like, what's my purpose? I don't know where I'm going. And, if you can have just a simple framework to look at, to go, and identify where you've got those holes. And, like I said, I'm going to give you the game plan in a little bit more detail very shortly. But basically, looking at this, you can see that the entire objective of one's life is to raise your awareness higher and higher until you get to the ultimate stages of self-fulfillment. Every human being should be solely concerned with transcending the next step, and getting to self-fulfillment rather than getting stuck in those lower levels, and just, kind of looping around like we tend to do in this roller coaster of life where we have these, these kind of highs and these lows, and you get that thing and you get that next material thing, and it never really kind of is like a fleeting excitement in your life, but nothing's ever really good enough. And there's kind of that inner calling that knows you could be giving more or doing more, but you just never heed that calling. This is it. This is the pathway to show you what's going on. And at the end of the day, taking it even bigger than this is that we as a society actually need you to be successful. When you don't find your gifts and your talents, you can't live a passionate life. So, this is really the thing, don't just think of success as a way to build a cushy, luxurious life for yourself. One of the biggest problems that we have in society today that could be simply and easily remedied if people had enough determination to want to is really this thing. It's that people haven't found their gifts and their talents. And when you don't find your gifts and your talents, you can't live a passionate life. So the majority of people are living passionless lives. They're working dead-end 9-to-5 jobs that have no real alignment to their talents. And because they don't know their gifts and talents, and because they're stuck in a soulless job, they don't end up mastering anything in life. They don't become a master of any domain in life. They don't become very good at anything. They just become kind of mediocre worker bees, habitually moving through their lives. And because of this, they don't develop a dream career or get a life purpose. So their lives have no purpose or deep meaning or significance. And so this type of person struggles to get motivated to do anything significant with their lives. And this person, lives for comfort and luxury, and to avoid pain and discomfort. And it ends up being a very miserable way to live life. And they're very frustrated and unfulfilled. And on top of that, because they haven't mastered any domain in life, and they're not cultivating their gifts and their talents, and they're not accessing their passion, what happens is this person cannot create massive value in the world or for society. They could, you know, if they found their passions and they cultivated them, but they don't. So they're not able to generate massive value, you know. And how can you generate massive value when you're not a master in any domain in your life? You can't. So then these people can't truly become successful, and they struggle to even pay the bills, you know, because they haven't mastered anything in life. They're not just generating any sort of massive value, and they're not contributing in any sort of way. All right. So, you know, you're not able to contribute meaningfully to the world when you're not passionate about what you do and you haven't mastered anything. You know, and that means that you miss out on actualizing your potential and creating that true fulfillment that's at the pinnacle, you know, of Maslow's hierarchy of needs. So my advice, or, you know, to you guys, to everybody listening, is to take your success very seriously in your life. All right. So don't treat it just like other people treat success, where it's just like, oh, I'm going to get successful and I'm going to get all the money and I'm going to go and buy that high-rise apartment and I'm going to go and travel the world and I'm going to go on all these, you know, adventures with my partner and, you know, buy the big house, get the expensive car. You know, that's actually a misuse of success, you know, and ultimately when it's all about you and just satisfying your instant gratification needs in the moment, you end up losing, right? It's costing you the real meaning and fulfillment that you could have by creating a life that's lived from, you know, you living in what inspires you the most, living authentically, living passionately, and accessing that fulfillment at the pinnacle of the pyramid. So, like I've mentioned, you know, the mother of all the problems in the world is lack of awareness. You know, if we can get more people to be successful and raise their awareness, then that's going to be the root fix of many of the problems that we have in society, right? I'm talking, it'll fix things like wars and genocides, rape, murder, social and political and economic problems that we have that stem from a lack of self-awareness. You know, so in this sense, you know, success, the idea of success, it's not a luxury, it's not woo-woo, it's not idealistic, it's actually a real necessity, especially now, you know, in the 21st century, where we're just at this turning point in human history, where we have the power, you know, to make the world a great place or to completely obliterate it for future generations. So now more than ever, you know, it's important that you wake up. So that's where I want to just give you guys a couple of questions to, you know, fill the gaps in your Swiss cheese, you know, hierarchy, which we've all got, right? We've all got holes in our hierarchy. But, you know, I want to ask you guys to think about, where are you stuck the most in this hierarchy? I'd invite you, after you've watched this, you know, amazing e-summit that Joseph has so kindly and amazingly put together for us all, you know, to sit down with yourself and take this stuff seriously and ask yourself, you know, where am I stuck? Where am I most stuck? Where are my holes? You know, is it in my, you know, physiological needs? You know, is it in my safety? Do I need to look at my job and my employment, my income? Do I need to look at my health? You know, is it in my relationships? Is it, I need friendships. I need good quality friendships. I need to nurture that family relationship. You know, I need, you know, more sexual intimacy, more fulfillment in my intimate relationship. Or is it, you know, I need self-esteem. That's where I'm really lacking, or confidence, or my achievement, or lacking respect. You know, look at where you're stuck, where your holes are in the hierarchy, and make a small list. And then I want you to identify what's the biggest one, right? The biggest one, probably lower on your hierarchy there, that you need to just fill the gap of so you can start moving the needle forward. And then the second part of that is to ask yourself, what can I do to get myself unstuck once and for all? All right. So if you identify that biggest hole in your Swiss cheese hierarchy and you identify what's the action plan, what can I do to get unstuck once and for all with this? This should be your goal for the next 6 to 12 months. There is nothing more important than filling that gap. all right, so that you can continue your journey of taking that staircase up to true fulfillment in your life. So, you know, get that game plan, you know, for self-fulfillment defined, like that's given you kind of something to look at. And ultimately, you know, a slow and steady systematic plugging of every hole in your Swiss cheese hierarchy pyramid is really a good strategy for self-actualization. And just to give you an overview in terms of looking at this, because this is a life journey, right? A suggested game plan, just based on, you know, my own, how I operate with this model is, you know, in your 20s and 30s, this should be all about getting together the foundation, you know, those lower sections of the hierarchy, get that foundation in place, right? Take care of the physiological needs, move into the safety needs, get the employment, you know, get that security going on and get those relationships going on. And, you know, ultimately stepping into actualizing your potential. And in those mid 30s, 40s, 50s, and 60s, that should be really dedicated to self-transcendence, right? And I want to just make an important note here because many of you listening to this might already be successful. Many of the people, most of the people I work with are very successful, very outwardly or materially successful. Outwardly, you'd think they've got it all together. They got the family, they got the career, they got the money, they got everything, but they're lacking the main piece, the fulfillment. And the trap is, when you get successful, you can get caught up in material success and get stuck there. You know, remember, it took Maslow his entire transcendence to the top of the pyramid. So learn from the people who've come before you, like the regrets of the dying, like Maslow, all of these amazing people out there, so that you don't have to go through the same challenges that they do. All right. So getting to just finalizing what I wanted to chat with you guys today about is just basically, I want to just mention that probably the biggest gap for you is a lack of purpose, right? So a lack of understanding your own gifts and your own talents and how to take those and actually translate them into creating your dream career, all right? Getting paid for what you love to do, what your talents are, how to discover them, how to develop them, and how to deliver them to the world. And so basically, without going into all the details, you know, this has been my biggest passion in life. And it's really the purpose of everything that I do, everything Joseph mentioned to you about the work that I do is the Limitless Potential Academy, and, you know, the podcasts that I run, everything, the whole purpose of this mission to reach and actualize your limitless potential is to help you discover, develop, and deliver your unique gifts. I didn't know what mine were until, you know, late into my 20s. And now I deep dive into this stuff and help people do that. And ultimately, the name of the game is to help you to self-actualize and towards self-transcendence. So my hope is that part of you, that intuitive part of you, you know, knows what I'm talking about here. And this message, my hope is that it's inspired you to heed that calling to actualize your limitless potential so that you can create that meaningful and fulfilling life. It's been an absolute pleasure to share this with you. Hope I did it in time. I didn't time myself racing through, but my challenge to you is to make your life worth your heartbeats. And just want to thank each and every one of you, and to you, Joseph, for giving me this amazing opportunity, you know, which is me stepping into actualizing my potential with you guys today as well. So you can probably see how passionate I am, but I hope that was of value.
It was. I definitely can see your passion coming right through. Well, I didn't time you either, so that's perfect.
Okay, good.
I do see a hand that's been raised up by Jerry. Jerry, I'm not sure if that was accidental raising of hands or if you want to ask a question. I'm just going to click this allow to talk in case you want to ask a question. Let's see if he has an actual question that he wants to ask there.
Jerry, no. Yes, he usually does have some good questions to ask.
Okay.
But I'm not sure how that all works.
Okay, not hearing anything, but okay, maybe I do have one question. Unless does anyone else have any questions? Probably we can take maybe one. No? Okay, okay, I do have one question. I'm not sure if
Go for
be
it.
able to answer it, but okay. So at the top of the pyramid, you talked about self-transcendence, self-transcendence. One of the key aspects in self-transcendence is this idea of peak experience.
Yes.
Peak experience. So my question simply is, peak experience can tend to be spontaneous. They tend to be one-time things as well. Like, for example, I had several peak experiences. Like, for example, skydiving was a peak experience. And then I've identified certain things, triggers in the peak experience that I can apply in moments where I don't have that latitude to be spontaneous. I can tap into those triggers. I can remember what those triggers are and subconsciously tap into those triggers and apply them, even though I'm not jumping out of a plane every day. Although some people have that wonderful career opportunity, and I'm really, really jealous. How do you, as a coach, help people identify those triggers and then connect with them on a daily basis?
Awesome question. And yes, self-transcendence at that pinnacle. I knew we'd be here all day if I started really diving into, the peak experiences and what Maslow talks about there. But basically, those peak experiences are our ability to tap into joy and love and, authenticity and those higher states of being. Now, basically, the way that I work with my coaching clients is I help them tap into their own unique gifts and talents, what they're authentically inspired by, because this is another whole rabbit hole, which is the biggest passion in my life. But basically, I work with personality psychology. It's made the biggest impact in my own life to understand who I am and what motivates me, what inspires me at my highest capacity. But we can break it down into 16 different versions of a genius, and it's basically I help people, I profile people to give them here, Joseph, here is basically the life manual for you to be your most inspired, authentic self. And basically, when people tap into who they really are, and I'm talking about the neuroscience of their personality, what basically cognitively are their greatest strengths, puts them into flow state. When we can get you clear on what that is, that's your unique pathway out of the Swiss cheese hierarchy, right? Like it's here's your specific way of doing that. So the quick shorter answer is I help to profile people, give them a clearer vision of their talents and their strengths in a really scientifically proven way, so that they can have that owner's manual to become their best self in life and go about, nailing down the foundation so that they can ultimately experience those peak experiences from an authentic place because of how they've directed their lives.
Awesome. Thank you so much. You did mention that you had an offer if people want to jump onto your masterclass. Feel free to drop those links in the chat box so that anyone can just put them in. In fact, I would also recommend even Marie. You mentioned a mistress class. Sessions that you have, master classes that you have, and talks that you have for women. Please feel free to drop them in. Janice, your links as well, your TikTok accounts. Just feel free to just drop those links in. At the end of the day, we are a community. We want to support each other. And we want to be engaged and involved with each other's practice and all the very interesting stuff that you guys do. And that's the whole objective of this. Not just learn and share, but also participate and connect with everyone as a community and grow from here. Thank you so much, Vanessa.
You're welcome. And thank you so much for the time. And I just wanted to quickly mention to everybody, the free gift that they can get is just on my website, Vanessa Jane Patrick. I've put it there. It's will introduce you to the cognitive functions that define your genius. And I want to throw it out to everybody listening. If anybody is called to, I'd love to offer you a free, a free membership towards the Limitless Potential Academy for the first month. So if they reach out to me personally, that's a saving of $97. You can have it for free. And yeah, I'd love to give that offer. Thanks so much. Appreciate the time, and I'll look forward to listening to everybody else.
Wonderful. Thank you, Vanessa. Okay. We're going to swap things around. And next up is Shauna. Shauna is based in Danvers, Massachusetts. And she's a life coach based out there. She loves helping people and help themselves. And she has a Facebook page, a group page actually. It's called Make Today the Best Day. Her passion is to help people get unstuck and discover who they really are, reignite the inner spark, and bring their self-worth to a whole new level. Today, she will be talking to us about thought shifting to create the life you want. Shauna?
Great. So I thank you so much for organizing this e-summit. I was really thrilled to be invited to speak. And I also think it's really nice that, for me, it's, I don't know, what time is it? It's 9 o'clock at night, and for others, it's 9 o'clock in the morning. So I just think it's wonderful how we're all coming together from different parts of the world. So my name is Shauna Chamora, and I am your Best Day Life Coach at Make Today the Best Day Life Coaching. And a lot of people these days just, they talk about life coaching, and I think that's great. However many years ago, I don't know, 10, 20 years ago, you didn't even know what that was. Like, you might have a coach, a personal trainer or a coach at the gym or something. But, a life coach, to me, the great thing is it's like a coach for your mind, for your brain. We all have brains. We all think a lot of thoughts. So I think it's wonderful now that we can actually work with someone on our thoughts and our minds. I am a heart-centered life coach, and I help women dream big, decide the life that they want to live, and then teach them how to achieve it and realize it. And I love what I do. I love working with people. I think we all have so much potential. I loved what Vanessa was just saying. I resonate with all of it. But I did a little bit about me. I did my coach training with Martha Beck. And I also study, oops, my earpiece. I also study the works of Brooke Castillo and Byron Katie. And they all, like, their programs are also wonderful. I've learned so much. Like, I always had an idea about certain things, but I just fell in love when I started learning about the actual concepts of life coaching. And I also love to study the works of Wayne Dyer, the late Wayne Dyer. I'm sure everybody knows who he is. Louise Hay, and Mike Dooley, besides about 2 or 3 dozen other thought leaders and spiritual teachers. And the great thing is, the wonderful thing, they all teach about how our thoughts are related to our results. So to me, I'm on the right track, and we're all on the right track. So I will share my screen and start my presentation. Let's see. All right. Sorry for the delay. There we go, slideshow. All right, so how do we begin to make today the best day? Change our thoughts to change the outcomes of our lives. And there's a famous quote when you change the way you look at things, the things you look at change. And a lot of times that's actually quoted as a Wayne Dyer quote, but it actually was originally stated by a person named Max Planck in 1918. So thought work goes way back, and maybe even before 1918. But I love the fact that people have really been talking about how our thoughts relate to our lives for such a long time. It seems simple, but not always easy. People think that the circumstances of our lives or other people in our lives dictate the outcomes. But I have to tell you that is not true. It's actually our thoughts that dictate the outcomes. And you might wonder, well, how is that possible? Because some other person or some other thing in my life is what is causing me pain. It's what is making me happy. I mean, it's not always pain. You know, sometimes you put all of your happiness on another person, or you put all of your pain and sadness on another person. But that's not it. It is not how it works. It is your circumstances that actually produce thoughts. And then your thoughts bring up feelings or emotions. But the great thing is we can choose our thoughts. And I know people will say, no, I can't help what I think. But you can help what you think. It's the best news ever. Your feelings that are produced by your thoughts then cause you to take actions. And then it's those actions that determine the outcomes and the results of our lives. So how you think about the circumstance is ultimately what is the outcome and what is the result. And how and why does that work? And it works every time. And that it's good news. It's good news because circumstances are just facts. So it's a neutral occurrence, not an opinion. And if you took a poll, everybody would come up with the same answer. So like, this is the month of June. That's a circumstance. Not June is a great month. June might be a great month. I think it's a great month because it's my birthday month. But so it's just the facts and just the facts. So how we choose to think about those circumstances is then what brings up certain feelings in our body. And an emotion or a feeling is actually a vibration in your body. So if you really tap in, you will feel in a certain place. You might feel warmth, you might feel cool, an upset stomach, a tightness of your chest. So, an emotion, or a feeling is actually like a vibration in your body. When you really tap in, you can feel it, maybe a tightening in your throat, tension in your shoulders. So those feelings or vibrations will cause us to do or not do certain things. And then those things that we do or don't do is what determines the results. Always. It always works that way. And why is this good news? Well, if the results come from your thoughts and feelings, not the circumstances or other people, then we are in control of our lives. And we can respond in any way that we want to. No other person or no other thing is what produces our happiness or our sadness. It's all how we think about it. And realizing this can be the first step to go from a victim mentality, which Joseph asked the question at the beginning, about a victim mentality. So we can go from the feeling of victim mentality to empowerment and self-confidence. And just to be clear, my little disclaimer, this is not to say, someone is to blame. Like, this is not about blame. It's just to really empower us with the choice of how we respond. So if you want to respond in a way that is self-serving and empowering, instead of self-sabotaging, then you will not be stuck. But if you think self-sabotaging thoughts or thoughts of victim mentality, it will keep you stuck. So you have the power. You literally have the power to decide what you're going to do, be, and say in your life. So this is a little exercise. The next time you're in a situation that makes you unhappy, or if you want different results, try this. You write down the circumstance, and remember that is just the fact. It's not if it's happy, if it's sad. So I'll just make up a little quick situation here. Say your cousin Anne, said something to you that was upsetting. So just the circumstance is cousin Anne said something to me. And then you write down what thoughts, which thoughts are just sentences in your brain. What comes up when you think about that? So, and don't overthink it. So, cousin Anne said something, and my thought about that is she shouldn't have said that. So when you think those thoughts, take a minute and notice what type of feelings come up. So it could be a feeling of, you feel upset, you feel annoyed, you feel, threatened, not hopefully not physically threatened, but, you're unhappy. Then what do you do or not do as a result of those feelings or thoughts? So again, just, jot down, maybe, there's a family party coming up and now you're fighting with cousin Anne. So you're not going to go to that party because she's going to be there and she said those terrible things to you. And then what is the end result? Well, you don't get to go to the family party and have fun. So that's the first part of it. And that's giving you an example of sort of what goes on, the whole chain of thought, what goes on in your mind for a scenario. So just instead of, well, it's Anne's fault, I can't go to the party and not have fun. It's not Anne's fault. You were not going to go to the party now because you've decided that you're mad at her. But to change your results or outcomes, try this instead. You would start with the same circumstance. Cousin Anne said these things to me. And instead of what thought just comes to your mind, take a minute and figure out what better thought could you come up with about the circumstance? Something that is true, but better. So instead of, maybe before we were thinking, she shouldn't have said that to me, she's a terrible person. Maybe you could think, wow, Anne must have been having a bad day to say those things to me. Or, we had a conversation and she was responding. Maybe she misunderstood what I was trying to say to her. And this is a good one too, in a situation. When you have a difference of opinion with someone, you think, I never thought of it that way. And that's a great way to sort of remove yourself and step back a little bit. So the other person is not right or wrong, you're not right or wrong, but you never thought of it that way. And then another really, really helpful thought is, I wonder why she's reacting that way. What's going on in her life? Because I'm sure most of you have heard the saying, hurt people hurt people. normally, if we're in a great mood and we're loving life, we're not going around yelling at people. We're not picking fights. So when someone is lashing out, it's coming from somewhere. And that's not to say that it's okay, but at the very least, it gives you a little bit of, I don't know, it gives you a way to sort of step back from the situation and realize that there's a good chance it's not even about you. So if you think, I wonder what Cousin Anne's going through right now. Why is she talking that way? Maybe she misunderstood me. Then again, I like to write things down on paper. You can just think in your head. But when you think that thought, what feeling comes up? I imagine it's not anger and it's not annoyance. It's more sympathy, empathy, curiosity. Curiosity is a good one because, then it really is helping you to try to get a little bit of an understanding of the other person. So if you are having those types of feelings, what action then might you take? You could possibly reach out and say, you seemed a little upset, or the last conversation we had didn't go exactly the way I thought. Is everything okay? Or maybe you misunderstood what I was trying to say to you. It could really open up a conversation. And then based on all of that, what might your end result be? If we're still going back to the family party, you would have no reason to not go to the family party because you're not fighting with Cousin Anne. You came to the realization that maybe it was a misunderstanding. So try that, and you actually can see how just your thought about that circumstance 100% produce your end results. And this scenario works with anything. It works with any circumstance. Take any circumstance and think of it two different ways. A negative, say a negative way and a positive way, and see how it changes the end result. It works every single time. So I invite all of you to try it because it's life-changing, and it's so basic. It's not rocket science. It's just this wonderful little process. And I also invite you to follow me if you're on Facebook or Instagram. You could follow me at Best Day Life Coaching, or my website, which is maketodaythebestday.com, or my email address if you'd like to reach out. I would love to connect with any of you, is bestdaylifecoaching@gmail.com. And does anybody have any questions? Because I'd be more than happy to answer a question, or maybe Joseph has a question. Or if not, I'm just thrilled and so happy to be a part of this and to watch everyone else and listen to their presentations.
Thank you so much, Shauna. That very, very insightful. In fact, actually, some of the points that you just mentioned, I made a series of videos actually about a month ago that actually go into some level of depth and dive with a lot of the points that you actually brought up.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. I'll probably play one after this. It's a kind of like a mini break for people. But before that, I just want to share something on screen. Let me just do that right now. I understand that it's your birthday this weekend.
It is.
So I just wanted to put a cake up there to wish you a
Thank
advance happy
you.
birthday. I believe I speak on behalf of everyone. I'd like to wish you a fantastic birthday. This Sunday, is it?
Yes. Oh, thank you so much.
Our
Oh, what a
pleasure. You
nice
have a good one. Thank
surprise.
you. Thank you for joining us and for presenting and all these wonderful things that you've shared. It's a small little thing that I could do. Actually, I was planning to buy a real cake and eat it, but I thought that wasn't going to be real.
Oh, that's so sweet. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Shauna. Next speaker is Dominic Lowe. He's been in the training industry for more than 10 years, and he has impacted many people and helped them find a greater sense of personal effectiveness through his seminars and talks. He co-founded a training company as well as a training platform that connects trainers and training companies together. And he seeks to be a catalyst for positive transformation in people's lives. He's actually speaking on a pet topic of mine, which is discovering your purpose and your life mission. Do you have your personal purpose statement? If you don't, have one, because my personal purpose, I have a personal purpose statement, which drives everything that I do, every project that I'm involved in. And I'm sure that Dom is going to talk a little bit about that. So over to you, Dominic.
All right, thank you so much, Joseph. And it's really a joy and a great honor to be able to share the stage with many other great speakers and just sitting through this morning to be able to listen in to all that has been shared so far. Can I just do a quick check if everybody can hear me and it's all good? Yes, I hope that is so. Yep. Okay, fantastic. All right, so again, what I'm going to share about, like what Joseph was saying earlier, is on the subject of discovering your life purpose and mission. It's something that's also very big upon my heart, and that's because I've been through my own set of journey to discover my life purpose and my life mission. And this framework that I will be sharing towards the end of this short time that I have with you, it's something that I discovered upon during my own time of personal reflection. And I do hope that these framework that I do share will be of value to you, and it will help you in your own journey of discovering your life purpose and mission. Now, having said that, I think I do need to set a disclaimer from the beginning. I wouldn't dare proclaim and say that I have fully discovered my own personal purpose and mission. I don't think that's the case. And the reason why I say that is because I do believe that this journey of discovery is going to be a lifetime journey. Because in different seasons of our lives, we discover new things about ourselves. In different seasons of our lives, we transit into different places, into doing different things, and so this journey is an ongoing journey. But I do think that this framework that I will be sharing will help you through these seasons of discovery, and to just really make sure that we are on this path of our life's purpose and our life's mission. And so here's my approach to the sharing this day. I will be sharing my personal journey in the past decade. And from that experience, I want to extract out the framework that I'm about to share. And it's the 4Ps framework that I'll be sharing on my slides as well. So for now, let me just share my slides and just to help you get a bit of an introduction of myself also. So I hope all of you can see this. Okay, discovering your life's purpose and mission. So like Joe mentioned, I run a training company here in Singapore, and I've been doing training for the past 10 years now. And to be honest, in this past 10 years, especially since many of us, when we entered into 2020, since it's the beginning of a brand new decade, I think a lot of people like myself, what we were doing was to reflect on the decade that was past us from 2010 to 2020. And I did that fair bit of reflection myself to be considering how that decade was for me and to be planning for the decade that's ahead as well, to be able to set a vision and a goal for myself. And when I was doing my reflection over the past decade, that was where I extracted out the 4Ps earlier this year. And it's really been a message that has been resonating in my heart. And I've had the opportunity to share this with several groups of people and even in my training. And I hope this will be of blessing to you and it will be of value to you as well. So what I want to do at this point is to share with you my personal journey over the past decade, okay? And I don't have a series of slides to show you with regards to this experience of mine. So I'm going to stop share at this point so that you get to see me and hear from my own personal experience. And so this was how my past decade unfolded. 2010 was the year that I actually started my training career. And when I first joined a local training company here in Singapore, they worked on a renewal contractual basis. And so every 2 years would be a renewal of contract. So I signed my first contract for 2 years. And in that 2 years, as mentioned, I was just honing my skill and ability of being a trainer. And the training volume at that time was tremendous, you know. And so I'm glad I had the opportunity to be able to train and do just that. And at the end of the second year, as I was coming to the end of that contract, I had a conversation with a colleague at that time. And we were talking about wanting to start our own training company at the end of this contract period that we had. And so we made plans. We decided to even go on to Australia to get a certification. And so all these plans were pretty much made. And then what happened was that I was offered a contract from my employer. And when I got that contract and then when I spoke with my manager, she shared with me about the different opportunities that lay ahead of me. And at that time, I was really torn because on one hand, I had this conversation of starting a brand new training company on our own. And also, on the other hand, a renewal contract with more opportunities and, of course, an increment as well. Now, trust me, I was torn and I was really in a predicament of wanting to make the right decision. But to cut the long story short, I decided to stay on in the company because I felt I haven't fully learned and haven't fully crafted myself as a communicator, as a speaker, as a trainer. So I stayed on and I grew in that opportunity that was given to me. And I stayed on for another year and a half. And so in these 3.5 years that I had in this first company, I really was just honing my ability as a communicator, as a trainer. And then out of the blue, when I hit this 3.5 year mark before the end of my contract, I had a call from a venture capitalist. Now, this was totally unexpected. I can still remember very vividly. I was having a break during one of the trainings that I was conducting. And during this break, I had a phone call and it was a venture capitalist. Now, I do not know him personally. He connected with me through a friend of mine. And so he mentioned to me and said, "Hey, Dominic, I know about you. I know the trainings that you do. I want to start a training company and I want you to be the one to run it. I want you to do the hiring, the firing. I'll invest my money in you and you run the show." Now, I was dumbfounded. I was so glad that this opportunity came along because I did not expect it at all. And of course, when this opportunity came, to me, it was almost like a no-brainer because the 3.5 years that I spent was honing my craft as a trainer. And I felt at that time that I was ready to move on into the next phase of my life. And so I took on that opportunity. And guess what? The very first person that I wanted to work with was that same colleague that I had a conversation with, you know, at that time to want to start a company. So I roped her in, she got involved, and we spent the next 3 years building this other training company. And this 3 years for me was honing my ability as an entrepreneur, knowing what it means to run a business, from the operations to the administrative work, to the content curriculum, even all the way up to the sales and marketing as well. So this whole journey for me was learning to be an entrepreneur. And if you notice, in the first part of my journey, like I mentioned, it was honing my craft as a trainer. And in the second part of the journey, it was honing my ability as an entrepreneur. And what I'm doing currently and have been doing over the past 4 years is running my own training company together with a co-founder who is the same colleague that I had the very first conversation, roped her into the second company as we worked with the venture capitalist. And now the two of us are running this training company. But you know, when we started this current training company, which is called Levin Academy, I was essentially putting 2 skills that I've learned in my past few seasons of life into practice, where I've honed my ability as a trainer, I've picked up the ropes of being an entrepreneur, and now I'm in a platform where I'm putting both into place and running the show together with my partner over the past 4 years. And this really has been the 10-year journey over the past decade for me. And I'm summarizing this, you know, in just 5 minutes for you. And from here, I want to extract out some of these elements that can be useful for you, because in these seasons of my life, there were moments, and there were these moments where I felt most alive and most purposeful. And it was through this time of reflection that I discovered this 4 Ps, which is exactly what I do want to share with you now. So coming on screen again are my slides. So having shared with you my journey through the decade, let me now take you through 3 attitudes that I think is needful for us to consider in this journey of discovering our life purpose and mission. And the first P is that of being passive. Now, by the way, this is not the 4 Ps framework that I'm going to share, all right? It just so happened that these 3 attitudes that I'm going to share with you now are also beginning with the alphabet P. And so one of the attitudes that we could potentially have is that of being passive. And I think being passive simply means that we are not doing what we are supposed to do. Now, if I would have been passive in my past decade, I don't think these opportunities would have come to me, and I don't think I would have found this sense of purpose and this sense of enjoying what I do. But it was because I chose to be proactive, which essentially is doing what you are supposed to be doing. You know, to be eagerly finding out what are your gifts, what are your talents, what are your interests, and to really just put all that into play. And of course, the final attitude, which is not a very positive one, is that of being presumptuous, doing what you are not supposed to do. Now, I reflected in my life's journey, and if I went on in the very first discussion that I had with my colleague at the 2-year mark of my journey as a trainer, had I gone on then to start a training company, I think I would have faced a lot more challenges, a lot more difficulties, whether it's financially, whether it's opportunities that are ahead of me. I think there would have been a lot more struggle because I may have been presumptuous, thinking that I think I've learned enough, I know enough, and I just want to jump straight on into doing what I deem was feasible for me at that time. So you notice here, I don't think it's ideal for us to be passive, nor is it good for us to be presumptuous, but the attitude
No,
in which
but I can't even hear, Dom.
to
I
adopt.
can't even hear, you know. Yeah, so then it says, MacBook, it says your speaker is not working. Please check your connect.
Oh, okay. I think Junior was mentioning something about whether or not you could hear me. Am I being heard?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay,
No worries.
cool. All right, thank you. Yeah, so as I mentioned, these are the 3 attitudes, you know, and I think what's important for us is to adopt the attitude of being proactive. Now, so if we choose to be proactive, then I think what will help you next is understanding these 4 Ps. And the 4 Ps framework that I'm sharing with you right now are as such: place, period, people, and priorities. Now, here's what I believe in. When we are in the right place at the right time, which is period, with the right people, doing the right things, which is priorities, that is the very place that we should be in. That is a place that signifies our purpose and our mission. And the truth is, if you are out of place, you're misplaced. If you're out of time, not in the right time, not in the right period, it's missed time. If you are not with the right company of people, perhaps you are mispositioned. And finally, if you are not doing the right things with the right priorities, perhaps you are misaligned. But when all these 4 Ps come into play, you find yourself in your mission. All right. And so I believe that as we find ourselves in our place of mission, where we are supposed to be doing what we're supposed to be doing, and we are finding this sense of drive, motivation, joy, and purpose, it really helps to fuel us into being very effective. So let me quickly just go through these 4 Ps in hopes that it will be of value to you in your personal reflection of discovering your life purpose and mission as well, starting with place. Now, I think this probably out of the 4 Ps is the one that we often struggle with the most. We are often asking ourselves, where is this place that I'm supposed to be in? Which company am I supposed to be working for? Am I supposed to be an entrepreneur starting my own business? What exactly am I supposed to be doing? Which place am I supposed to find myself in? I think that's where I want to share with you this called the place of convergence. Now, you notice here, based on the screen that I'm sharing, there are 2 things that I believe it's of crucial importance for us to consider when we want to find ourselves in the place where we are most effective. And on one hand, it's interest. Consider what are the things that really excite you? What are the things that really interest you? But interest should not be the only category and consideration that we bear in mind. It's important to also think about your strengths. What are you good at? You know, and when these two are being fused together, that's where you find yourself in your place of convergence, and that's where you find yourself most effective as well. So I hope that's something that you would use to consider a place that will be good for you to be in. And with that in mind, we often hear this quote, right? Where it says, do what you love and you never work a single day in your life. And that perhaps suggests a little bit more about considering our interests, doing what you love, doing what excites you, what really interests you. But I think that that statement needs to be balanced out, because it's not always about doing what you love. Because if it's always about doing what you love only, then perhaps that's quite a fleeting statement. We might change our interests from time to time, but does that mean that we follow where our interest leads us? I do think that there is a need to also know that beyond just doing what you love, we also need to love what you do. And that talks about committing yourselves into doing what you currently are doing, planting yourself into that season of your life so that you grow and you flourish and you are able to learn all the skills and gather as many opportunities and experiences as you can in your current season of life before transiting into the next phase. And that's where we often hear people saying that the grass is greener on the other side. But I choose to believe that the grass is greener where it's cultivated. So if we cultivate ourselves in the very place that we are in, we might find ourselves to be more fruitful, to be flourishing as well. But of course, in some seasons, there comes a time where we need to move to another place. And in moving, I want to share some of these reflective questions for you to consider and think about. Am I in the right place currently? Why am I desiring a move? Is it premature or is it really the right time? Which is what we're going to talk about next. And even so, is this move a want or is it the right thing to do? And where do I see myself in the next season of my life? Perhaps a place of convergence where my interests and my strengths come into convergence, and that's the place where I'm most effective. And so that's the summary of place. Let me go on to share with you a bit more on period, which talks about time. Now, there is a saying that goes, there is an opportune time to do things, a time for everything. And I do believe that's very so, because in the Greek words for time, we have the words chronos and the words kairos. So chronos and kairos. Chronos is where we get the English word chronological that talks about sequential time. But kairos in the Greek talks about an opportune time. You see, for me, when I received that phone call from the venture capitalist, deep in my heart, I knew that was a kairos moment. That was an opportune time for me to grab a hold of that opportunity and work with that venture capitalist in starting that business so that I get to transit into the next phase, into the next place of my life and learning the ropes of being an entrepreneur. So when it comes down to timing and how we should consider whether it's the right time for a move, timing is of the essence, of course, and these are some reflective questions for you to consider. Is it the right time for me to move? How long more should I be staying in my current place? Have you maxed out the opportunities and experiences that you have? Are you currently feeling very stagnant, desiring a move? You know, these are thoughts and questions that you want to consider. Was there a past experience where I've moved prematurely? Because I think if we have a past experience like that, we will be able to learn from those mistakes that may have been a little bit too premature in our decision making and help us to then make wiser decisions in the opportunities that lie ahead of us. And of course, what then can I learn from that premature experience, right? So that's a little bit more about period. Again, I don't think you need somebody to tell you, hey, this is the right time for you to move, because it's your life, it is your decision. So it is going to be a very deliberate process that you need to bring yourself through to understand the season that you're in and to reflect on these very questions. Now, the next one is that of people, right? We often hear this saying that teamwork makes the dream work, and that's really true. Being around the right company of people can help to unlock certain gifts that you have, right? Being around certain group of people can help to spur you on. It can help to really just bring out the best in you so that your potential is being unleashed. And I do think that's very important. All right. I've been in situations where I find myself being stifled in a community of people around certain people. And I think in that situation, I may not flourish, I may not thrive, and it's probably hindering my personal growth. But if you find yourself in that state, then perhaps you may need to consider a change of place. But also bear in mind, is it the right time, or should it be of a later time for you to move? But with regards to people, I want to also offer you a different perspective. Beyond just considering who you should be around, can I also suggest that we can be the best person to the community that we are with? We can be the ones to help unlock the gifts and the talents around with the people around us. More than just the people around us doing something to us, I think we on our part can also do something good to them and unlock something that's within them also. All right. And of course, there's another saying that I want to share with you in consideration of people. Somebody once said that if you want to go far, you go with people. But if you want to go fast, you go alone. Right. So it's true, because when you are working with people, it takes time to consider different options, different opinions, different thoughts, but that helps you to go far. If you want to go alone, then probably that's a lot faster for you. So in considering which are the right company of people that I should be around with, for me personally, as a certified DISC behavioral consultant, I do a lot of trainings with personality profilings, and I help people to discover themselves in their personality and how they can better relate to the other personalities that exist around them. In doing so, we grow in our personal and our interpersonal effectiveness as well. So let me leave you with these reflective questions in considering the people that we should be around. Are you positioned with the right people in this point of your life? Who then do you need to position yourself with? Is there a certain category of people? Are there certain strengths in certain people that you need to find so that you can learn from them and it can help to unlock some of these gifts and talents within you? And of course, the question that I said there, which is the last question there, which is a different perspective for us to consider. It's not always about what others can do to us, but what we can do to others. So how then can I work towards being a better team player? And finally, we come to the last part of my sharing on priorities. Of course, in priorities, it's important to note that divided focus leads to dreadful results. And it's important for us to be focused with our priorities. As an entrepreneur myself, I'm bombarded with task after task, different projects simultaneously. And it's important for me to be able to manage all these things at the very same time by setting the right priorities. And I think one of the biggest challenge to aligning our priorities is that of procrastination. For me, when I'm being overwhelmed by just so many things to do, sometimes I procrastinate, right? And in order for me to make sure that my priorities are aligned, I need to fight procrastination and fix my priorities. And in talking about priorities, 7 Habits of Effective People, the book that Stephen Covey wrote, which is mentioned by one of our speakers earlier, you would also know that Stephen Covey talked about the 4 quadrants of time management. And I think there are many practical tools out there that can help us to set our priorities right. So let me leave you with these reflective questions to consider. Are you going in the right direction with your priorities? Do you need to realign your priorities? And even so, what do your priorities reflect about your purpose? Because that is often true. Our priorities reflect our purpose. Our priorities really goes to show what we deem is important. All right. And so I think, again, in summary, these 4 Ps, being at the right place at the right time with the right people, doing the right things, that helps to bring us to a place where we are in our right mission, doing what we need to do. And when you are in your place of mission, being very effective, you would then be able to derive this sense of purpose in your life. And so, of course, I would love to journey this through with you as well. And what you can do is to connect with me on these different platforms. The QR codes are there if you'd like to scan it now. If not, I'll definitely drop it into the chat box real soon as well. On LinkedIn, I've shared some of these articles that I've written based on these 4 Ps that I've mentioned. If you want to read more, you can check that out on my LinkedIn account. I've also put up some videos on my YouTube channel that could help you to journey in this place of being personally effective. And so with that in mind, I'm going to hand the time back to Joseph. I hope that was of value to you. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Dominic. That was awesome. That was amazing. I'm just stunned actually, because from this first presentation to yours, every one of them has just flowed to such a seamless flow. And it's all connecting all the dots, and it's just weaving this wonderful tapestry of growth. I know we started talking about adapting a mentality that overcomes crisis. We talked about fixed mindset versus growth mindset. We talked about negative self-talk. We talked about achieving potential. Now we're talking about discovering your life purpose. It's very important for us to realize that while growth is important, growth needs to be directional. Growth needs to be directional. And I think purpose builds that direction, puts growth on build a scaffolding around growth, if I can use that analogy. And I think your presentation really summarizes these points quite well. So thank you very much, Dom.
Thank you very much.
I'm actually going to continue on this little track for a little while more on the aspect of purpose and mission, and delve into your why. And our next speaker is well placed to do that. Vihan Chalaya, he's an entertainment marketing strategist and YouTuber based in LA. He has been creating content for a few years now, and his passion is making content that shares tips and tools to enhance productivity and improve growth mindset. I think Vihan will probably drop a link to his YouTube channel in the comments a bit later. But he will be talking about finding your why and pursuing passions, and not just your passions. It taps into the purpose that even Dominic talked about, and why we don't have to be stuck doing what we're currently doing, and we can be more aligned with what we should be doing, that we are born to achieve that thing that we're meant to achieve while we are here on this earth. So I'm going to hand this time over to Vihan. Now, of course, a lot of the stuff that he's going to be referencing in his materials, a lot of it has also been covered with Simon Sinek's Start With Why. I will also drop a link to a summary of this book in the chat box after his talk. But Vihan, over to you.
Thank you, Joe. Let me just start by saying thank you so much for the opportunity. It's so amazing to be here and listen to all of these amazing presentations and what everybody's talking about how much there is to learn about purpose. And it's not just very one-dimensional, that there are so many layers to how your mindset can evolve and the things that you have to consider when you are pursuing your purpose. Let me start by just sharing my screen and giving you guys an idea of how finding your why and understanding your purpose can actually be more of a journey, and there are a lot more things to consider. So let me start with that. All right, so let me just start by introducing myself. I mean, I've always been a productivity nerd a little bit, and I've kind of been on a quest to always find out what my mission was and what I wanted to be doing, what I'm meant for. And so, a lot of people kind of just wait for the answer to be given to them. But the truth is that it does take a little bit of introspection and experimentation to really know what your calling is. And as far as I can remember, I've always wanted to create content and be a part of something that would either educate or entertain an audience. And that's why I moved to Los Angeles about 6 years ago, to be closer to the entertainment industry, and kind of help opens up the doors if you're working with more creatives and like-minded people. So that was something that I kind of took into my own hands, because I wanted to be in the environment that would allow for that to happen. So for a little while now, I've been creating a short 5 to 7 minute documentaries on YouTube that are centered on productivity primarily, but the essence of it is in personal development and having a growth mindset. The channel's quickly growing, and I feel very, very confident now that it's more in line with what I'm meant to be doing, and it's kind of on track with my purpose. And so a lot of my videos kind of delve into concepts that help you understand more about your growth mindset and discovering your purpose over time. So it's a little bit more of introspection that you have to do, but these concepts lay the groundwork. So today, what I'm going to do is I'm going to introduce you to 2 thought-provoking concepts that help lay the groundwork for you. And I'm going to start with the first one, which is the golden circle. As Joe mentioned, the golden circle is a theory that was developed by British author Simon Sinek, and it was popularized in his book Start With Why. We'll drop that in the link below. Yeah, I'm sorry, I lost connection. Yeah. So yes, it was developed by Simon Sinek, and it was a book that kind of considers 3 concentric circles in your life. You have your why, your how, and your what. And most of us, for the most part, we always start with considering what our what is, because we always identify ourselves based on our roles. But the advice that Simon Sinek puts forth is to identify what your why is. So you have to start with your why. Let me walk you through this now. So your why is your purpose. It's your cause or your belief or the driving force behind whatever you do. If you do not know why you're doing what you're doing, then it'll be extremely hard for you or anyone else to really know why you're there. And you have to have clarity of that. So if you do not know your why yet, you have to ask yourself, what is the reason behind what you're doing? Or what gets you out of bed every day? And answering this question can take a little while. It requires a little bit of soul searching, and the process might be a little difficult and time consuming. But once you are able to answer that, then you can begin to identify what your reason for being is, and that will help form your journey going forward. The next thing that you have to consider is your how. So that is your approach or your method that you put in place that can differentiate you from others like you. And it's kind of the elements that help you achieve your why based on your routine. And finally, your what, which is the outside circle. This is, for many people identified, like I mentioned earlier, is based on their job or their service. It's essentially what you want to achieve. So these are results that you may want to see or a goal that you want to get close to. It can be things like publishing a book or losing weight or winning a prize, something like that. Now, as you may know, a lot of people, whenever you're communicating who you are, you start from the outside in. You talk about what you do first, and then you talk about your process, and then you mention why you do it. Now, this isn't normally the best way to do it, but most people typically tend to do it because it's easiest to understand, and they tell people what they do and how they do it, and then they expect some kind of result, like a purchase or a vote or support or anything like that. And as you probably guessed, the right way to do this is starting from the inside out. You have to start with giving people an understanding of what your why is and what the reason is behind whatever you're doing. So the reason why brands like Apple and Nike have done so well is because they have leaned into what their why is. So as you can imagine, a brand like Apple is known for its iPhones and its MacBooks and other technological products, but that's not the idea that they're selling. They're selling innovation. So if they, because the reason why they are doing so well and they're at the very top of the world is because they're selling an idea. It's not the fact that you are getting the latest iPhone or product. It's mostly about being at the very forefront of innovation. And the same is true for a brand like Nike as well, where it's not just a shoe, but it's athleticism. It's being able to take control of your life and just do it. So these are concepts that are able to transcend just basic capitalism, if you will. Now, this is not just some pseudo-intellectual theory. This is actually rooted in science, where your brain is composed of your neocortex, which is responsible for rational and analytical thought, and you have your limbic system, which is primarily responsible for emotions and feelings like trust and loyalty and things like that. As you may imagine, this actually corresponds with the golden circle. So the outer section of the brain, the what and the how, correspond with the neocortex, and the why corresponds with the limbic system. So this is the limbic system, as I mentioned, is the part of the brain that controls emotions and feelings. So when you communicate what your why is, you are able to get people to resonate with that message because you are controlling their emotions and the behaviors and their tendencies to actually understand what you're saying, as opposed to just selling them on the product that you are offering. And that's the reason why you should have clarity of your why, because when you're able to understand what your why is and communicate it effectively, it can be the most important thing that you can do, because it's what inspires other people to action. And that's how you explain your purpose and the reason for what you do, for why you do what you do. So shout it out loud, but you have to understand what your why is. And only then will your how and your what be seen as a result of that. So that was the first concept. The second concept that I want to introduce you to, well, let me end the first concept with a quote from Simon Sinek that goes like this. It goes like this: people don't buy what you do, they buy why you do it. If you talk about what you believe, you will attract those who believe what you believe. Very powerful quote. The second concept is an age-old Japanese philosophy called ikigai. It's been known for a long time that the Japanese island of Okinawa is home to the largest number of centenarians, or people over the age of 100. And a majority of the population do not have the desire to retire, and they continue to live a purpose-filled life. This is because of ikigai. They continue to do their work day in and day out, and they experience a great sense of happiness throughout their lives. Ikigai loosely translates to reason for being. So it generally refers to the mental or spiritual circumstances under which individuals feel that their lives are valuable. It's not linked to any financial status or anything like that. So even if a person feels like their present is dark at the current moment, they can still feel ikigai because they have that reason for being. And this is where this becomes so powerful. Now, how do you achieve ikigai? Well, for each one of us, this tends to be a little different. There are 4 components to each of our lives. It's what you love. So for a lot of people, this tends to be things like artistic or creative endeavors, like reading, writing, filmmaking, things like that. But it's not limited to that. So you can love doing plenty of things. What you are good at, pretty self-explanatory. It's a skill that you could develop or be good at. Most of the time, we tend to think of what we're good at as an innate talent or gift, but I choose to think of it as what you can work on and develop so that you can eventually become great at it. And what the world needs is what you can do to provide value. So anything that you can do to have an impact or provide value through whatever you're doing is what the world needs. And what you can get paid for, because quite frankly, anything that you are doing needs to be financially sustainable for you to have the freedom to continue doing it. Although a lot of people choose to not veer in that direction because they want to pursue simply what they love and not consider the financial state of everything. So that's a component as well. Now, each individual's ikigai is very, very specific to that person and their own values and desires. So to discover your ikigai, you need to identify what the map to your happiness is. You have to gain an awareness of the current status of your life and do, as I mentioned earlier, a little bit of introspection. And you can do this by asking yourself 4 precise questions. And at this time, I'd recommend, if possible, I recommend you grab a piece of paper and a pen so that you can write this down, just so that you know where you stand and you can identify what you might need to change depending on where you stand. So for the sake of time, I'll move fairly quickly with this, but I'll give you a little bit of time to think as I ask you these questions. So the first question is, what do you love and are good at? The cross section between this is your passion. So I'll give you about like 15 seconds, but this is something that normally takes a little bit more time. But I'll give you about 15 seconds to just think about this and process it. Normally, as I mentioned, what you love and what you're good at tends to be a lot of artistic and creative endeavors, but it can be things that you gain a lot of gratification out of because of the fact that you were doing well at them and you were able to still gain fulfillment out of the fact that you are pursuing what you love. So your passion is is something that a lot of people talk about. They talk about being able to move in the direction of what you love doing. But a lot of people find themselves stuck over here because they're not able to make it financially viable, and they're not able to feel like they're making an actual impact through that. If you do find yourself stuck here, the recommendation would be to learn to promote yourself better and market yourself so that you can actually make it financially viable and move a little bit more center towards your ikigai. The next question is, what do you love and the world needs? Take a second to think about it. It's really tricky when you ask these questions because you tend to confuse what you love with what you are good at, and feel like whatever you are good at can bring value, but there tends to be a little bit more of a separation between these things. So what you love and what the world needs is called your mission. For anyone in this area, your goal should be to develop your skills a little bit better so that you can get good at them. And once you're able to do that, you will be able to move a little bit more center in this circle and find your ikigai by being able to make it financially viable and sustain it for a long period of time. The third question is what you are good at and what you can get paid for. This is your profession. Now, for the most part, most of us tend to live in this area. You know, anyone who has a 9-to-5 or any kind of job that you are able to provide value through and get paid for, that's your profession. It's your job, it pays the bills, but you may not necessarily be truly, truly happy. And if you're here, you should aim to try new things, because only by trying new things will you find out what you are truly interested in and what you are most passionate about. And the fourth question is, what does the world need and what can you be paid for? This is called your vocation. So an example of this would be a professor in college or high school. Now, you're obviously providing value through your education or the things that you've learned, and you're getting paid for it. But for the most part, whatever you're teaching is cyclical. It's constant. There's no real iteration to it, and you're kind of getting bored by it, and you don't love it too much. So what you can do when you find yourself stuck here is to try and challenge yourself by learning new things, so that you can keep your interest sparked and you can keep learning new things to move a little bit more center, as I mentioned. Now, the fundamental truth of ikigai is that various aspects of your life overlap in order for you to actually find true bliss. Although many of us, for the most part, tend to consider each part of our lives, our relationships, our jobs, our happiness, in completely separate individual silos. And there's a lot more of an overlap than we previously knew or imagined that we actually think of. The magic really happens when that overlap comes in, and you have to ask yourself, what are the activities that can exist in multiple spheres, that can actually have a cross-section between your passion, mission, profession, and vocation? And when you're able to find that, you have to be able to dedicate more time to those things, because far too often we give ourselves excuses about that we don't have time to pursue the things that we want to do and build our businesses or anything that might create long-term value for us. So you have to find a way to dedicate more time to the things that are able to live in those 4 boxes. So those are the 2 concepts. I think, you know, it's really good to assess both modern concepts, you know, modern being the golden circle, as well as an age-old one like ikigai, to know that there is a common thread through all of this, that you have to know what your reason for being is, and that kind of influences everything that you do going forward. I really hope that this helps you guys, because you know, this forms a major part of what I do with the videos that I make online, and I feel like I've barely scratched the surface with this presentation, but there's so much more that I discuss in depth on my channel, on YouTube. And in fact, I'm actually releasing a video tomorrow that goes in a little bit more depth into ikigai and discusses more about the history of it and what the research is behind it that validates why it's a legitimate theory. As I mentioned, you know, I think that I'm just in this presentation alone, I'm standing on the shoulders of giants with everybody else that's spoken before. And I really hope that this brings you some value, and please check out the channel as well. And with that, I will hand my time back to Joe.
Thank you so much, Vihan. Well, I don't envy you because this specific topic, well, you and Dominic, this is a mother topic. I mean, we could talk about this for days, not merely minutes, hours and days. We can really do a deep dive. Perhaps I could ask a question, maybe open up that question to everyone, really, all of the panelists. So you're still listening, of course. You know, you talked about start with why, Simon Sinek. Now, is that a challenge in trying to define what that why is and putting, say, a thumb on that why in moments of adversity? Because adversity forces us to change.
For sure.
You know, sometimes it just pulls the rug from under our feet, and then you start to question that why.
Mm-hmm.
Now, is it that the original why was incorrect, or do we need to find a new why?
Well, I don't really think that I don't think that adversity is completely exempt from anything that you are passionate about or you want to pursue. In fact, I think that the adversity can actually validate the fact that whatever you are doing that you thought previously was your purpose or your passion, if you are able to make it through that adversity and still stay with it, that validates the fact that that is in fact something that you are willing to endure hardship with. Yeah. So I think I wouldn't recommend trying to completely avoid adversity, because you don't know whether you truly love something unless you are able to love the process of it.
Yeah.
And so often we tend to conflate our passions and our purpose with an end goal. We think that we want to get a certain milestone, but but we aren't willing to do the work and live in that process. And you can never really reach a goal without loving the process, I don't think. Because if that were true, then everybody would be able to do it. So adversity actually just tests you and makes you realize whether your purpose is in fact something that you are willing to stick with, and whether it's true to you.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. In your opinion, do you think why and purpose are the same thing, or is one a subset of the other?
Well, I think purpose in its simplest form is being able to bring value to other people. And I think that that's true in any sense. If it's through charity, if it's through having a business that's able to bring people value, that purpose exists through serving. Right. And that's not to say that cannot benefit you either financially or through any other means. But purpose solely lives in the form of existing to serve other people. And your why is the driving force behind what you do. It's what helps inform your reason for doing anything. And that can always change. That may change over time. So, for instance, something that I say with regard to my content that I'm creating right now, I believe that my why right now is to spread a message. And to educate and entertain people through my content. And that I feel will stay the same, but my means of doing that and the platform or the distribution method, which is the what, can always change. But I think the core essence of it will stay the same.
Our next speaker, Gary, is an award-winning speaker, serial entrepreneur and business influence coach with over 14 years of experience as a corporate trainer, mentor, and coach. He has extensive corporate and sales leadership experience in the areas of sales, talent management, sales breakthrough, and professional development, and was also one of the youngest adjunct lecturers to have taught at NUS and the ESSEC Business School. And his topic for us this morning or evening or afternoon, wherever you are in the world, is balancing passion and purpose with profit. Gary?
Thank you, Joe, or good evening, or good afternoon, wherever you are. My name is Gary. It's a great pleasure to be able to join you and share with you some of my insights and experiences over the last couple of years, and also to be part of this wonderful panel. I've learned so much from all the speakers who have spoken before me, and I'm just really grateful to also be able to share as well as learn with all of you. All right, so I'm just going to share my screen so that we can use the materials to be easier for you to follow. All right. There we go. So as I share this, I'm just going to get ahead and share with you some of the things you'll be covering. The topic for today is balancing passion and purpose with profits. And of course, well, we will cover in a little bit more detail how do we acknowledge our passion, uncover our purpose, and also appreciate the beauty of profits. And perhaps also explore how can we go about chasing that a little bit more, whether you are a self-employed person or whether you are an employed person who would like to take your careers to the next level, or if you are considering starting your own business. All right. Now, more importantly, I also wanted to just give a shout out to Dominic and I'm sorry, the previous speaker. I'm sorry, I couldn't remember your name, but I love the presentations that you shared. I think it's Vihan, right? Because I think there are lots of things that resonated, and there are also similarities. And I also want to expand on the concepts that you shared, and also explore more about what we can do together. Now, before that, I wanted to also do something a little different, right? And that is to get you to share a little bit more about what you would like to take away from this segment. So, as you know, content can always be pre-prepared. It's pretty much information, but I very much like to contextualize the content that I have for you to make it more relevant to all of you. So what you could do is I'd like to invite you to go to this website, menti.com. All right, go to this website, menti.com, and then key in this code, and then share with me what is one thing you would like to take away from this segment. All right, and if you're able to do that, we will have an overview of the content there and see how can we further personalize and tailor this presentation for you. All right, I'm just going to switch my screen around so that you can have a look. Okay, so we have 2 responses so far on what you'd like to get up from this segment. One is how is it possible to make money from the projects that you're passionate about, okay? All right, how can you better enjoy your work? Yeah, we can definitely do that, all right? And we're gonna wait for more responses to come in. So just hop over to menti.com and key in the code 314371, all right? I repeat, it's 314371. I'm just gonna write this down in the chat. 314371. All right, and you have about 10 minutes before this closes. We'll probably end up before that so that we can get on with the presentation. But in the meantime, what I would like to do is to just also cover and bring you through a little bit about what I do so that you know about a bit more about my experience and how I could be of service and support to you as well, right? So this is a very quick snapshot of my career history. I started my business, or rather I started my career as a trainer in 2006. I think there are certain similarities with what Dominic did before as well. And how everything started was really interesting. I've always wanted to be a teacher. So that has been my lifelong career goal, right? And so when I was just about to enter university, I thought, let's speak to one of the teachers that I really held in high regard, somebody that I really respected, to get some advice. And I remember this conversation, right? I went back to my school, I sought him out, we had coffee, and I said, sir, no, I would like to really be a teacher. Can you give me some advice? And I remember this is what he did. He looked at me straight dead into my eyes, and he said, Gary, from where I'm coming from, all right, my advice is don't do it. I said, excuse me, do you say don't do it, or do you say go for it? Say, no, don't do it, all right? I've been teaching for the last 25 years, and unless you really are passionate about this job, I would advise you not to do it, because more than 70% of the time, at least in Singapore, right, you aren't teaching, you're handling a lot of administrative tasks, you're planning for events, you're planning for curriculum, but the actual teaching and student interaction time is less than 30%. So unless you are really sure and you're really passionate about this, my advice is not to come into this profession. Rather, I would like you to go to the private sector, have a tryout, get your hands dirty in a couple of different professions. If you feel that your heart is still in teaching, then come back to MOE, come back to the Ministry of Education, and you'll be more valued as a teacher. And I said, okay, yeah, I can do that. So this was 2005, if I remember correctly. But I also wanted to just give it a shot, right, to see can I really cut it as an educator? So in 2006, I started as a trainer, something similar in terms of teaching, all right, but a little bit different. So I was more of an independent contractor. I go to schools and deliver training. But I realized that I did enjoy it, but that was also because there was not a lot of administration that I had to do. 2008, somebody invited me to say, hey, you know what, you seem to be doing well. Why don't you join me why don't we start something together, all right? And the rest is history. I mean, I'm really grateful for the opportunities God has given me. I've shortly after I graduated from NUS. Oh, yeah, by the way, I started all this before I went to college, university, and shortly after I graduated, my professor knew what I was doing, and he said, hey, you know what, why don't you come in and also work with our students, right? I have postgraduate students, the PhDs and master's students, but when they deliver presentations to me, I have no idea what you're talking about. So can you help me in this area? So I said, yeah, by all means, right? I've never really been one to study, but now to be able to go back to school and be a lecturer in one of the top universities in the world, I just couldn't say no to that, right? I was also headhunted during this period of time. I went to corporate. They were looking for a trainer in sales. I decided to go for a new challenge. I passed the business off to my business partners to run. In 2015, I got bored and I came back into the journey of entrepreneurship again. So that's that's a snapshot of what I've been through and what I've done over the course of my career. And I've had fun doing all this. So this is a very quick snapshot of some of the companies I've worked with and also some of the people I've worked with. Oh, yeah. All right. So these were the students I taught. This lady is now a professional speaker. These are two of my students as well. She's now in HR, doing really well in the pharmaceutical industry. And this gentleman is accountant by training, but he was really active as a volunteer, and he was just taking a photo with the Prime Minister of Singapore. No big deal, just the Prime Minister of Singapore. But my main point is, I think if we were able to identify what we are good at and where is our hearts in, it doesn't really matter what your professional training is per se, you are still able to make waves in whatever careers you decide to put yourself into. So this lady started off with engineering. She went into, and now she's a full-time trainer, trading in Forex, and now also motivational speaker, key in accounting, also writing as a political analyst for a newspaper. And she was trained in biomedical science, and now she's in HR and doing a wonderful job for the company that she's in. All right. So I think these are real life examples of people who pursued their passion, not necessarily in the areas of training, but they have done well for themselves and they're continuing to deliver value for themselves as well. Right. And of course, just a very personal snapshot of me. So this is where I'm at. This is my beautiful wife, and happily married for the last 3 years now. I think 3 years, coming 3 years now. With a beautiful daughter who's really a handful at times, and I'm really grateful for the gifts, right? So there's additional passion that I have to work with these days. Yeah, so besides the career, besides the entrepreneurial journey, there's also the challenges at home that we have to handle and play with. All right, so I'm just going to go back to the content that we are all here for today, all right? But more importantly, I also wanted to just hit back and see what were some of the things that we have. Oh, okay, all right. I see also refining, enhancement, alignment, appropriate, realign purpose and profits, okay? Learn some of the best practices and ideas and connect with like-minded people who believe in growth. All right, okay, cool. Let's see. So understanding and assessing passion. So this is something that I have to share. I would like to find out more as well. We hear the term pursuit of passion a lot these days, right? But what really comes to mind when you think about passion? Do we really understand the term passion? I know Vihan spoke a little bit about it earlier, but I would like to just again seek some of your thoughts about, hey, you know, what do you understand by passion? What are some of the keywords? So I'm going to invite you to jump back to menti.com. And again, just key in some of the keywords that comes to mind, all right? Oh, let's see. Where do we have this? Let's go over to the next one. Let's go to the second one, all right? What are some of the keywords that comes to mind when you think about passion? All right, so I have love, happiness, fun, and desire, all right? Are there any other ideas or thoughts that comes to mind when you think about the keyword passion? All right, and I don't think we are very far away from the truth. It really has got to do with something positive and something very enlightening. All right, but there are also other aspects of passion when we think about it. In fact, if you were to come back to the original root meaning of passion, this is what we have. All right, so we did a bit of a further research, and what's the purpose and the underlying meaning of passion? Where did it all start from? Right, it actually originated from this word, this Latin word, passio. All right, but if you were to explain it further, the original notion was something that which must be endured. So it was associated with the idea of pain, suffering, and endurance, which is quite ironic, actually, if you think about it, because when we say pursue passion, we're actually pursuing something that is associated with pain, suffering, endurance, which is very different from the notion of enjoyment, something that's positive these days, right? So why do we pursue our passion, and how does it really fit into the context these days? So what passion really means these days is when we think about passion, it means that we believe in something so much that we are willing to sacrifice certain things or endure certain aspects of pain in order to achieve the desired results that our hearts want, right? So when we talk about the passion of Christ, for example, right, we talk about how Jesus sacrificed his whole life in order to redeem the world or in order to reconnect with the world with himself, all right? When you talk about things like what Vihan mentioned, things that we enjoy, they could be a hobby or interest, then it's also about things that we enjoy doing and we are willing to pursue it. But if you think about it, if we were to pursue a particular hobby or particular interest, we are also giving up other things in order to achieve the things that we want to get, all right? I remember the time when I was honing my public speaking skills. I'm actually a very introverted person. I hate public speaking. I hate to talk. I would be the one who's sitting in the corner in class. And if you don't talk to me, I'm perfectly fine. I'm pretty much enjoying the lockdown in Singapore as well, right? Because I'm an introvert, I just enjoy the personal time. But because I also wanted to be a teacher, and I asked myself, hey, you know what? How's that going to work for me if I hate public speaking, I hate communicating with people, if I'm just quiet by myself? And I realized that, hey, if in order to really do well, I will need to invest additional time in public speaking. So I joined an organization called the Toastmasters and really went for meetings. And normally most people will go for a meeting or two a month. But I was so passionate about developing myself that I went to up to 8 meetings a month. So what took people a year to accomplish, I pretty much took about a quarter to about half a year in terms of growth and development. All right, but this was because I recognized that this is something that I wanted to invest myself in. And so if we will come back to the idea of passion, all right, so what are some of the things we must do in order to achieve and pursue our passion? And what are some of the things we must sacrifice or we have to trade in for in order to achieve the desired outcome? And so these are some of the things we have in mind, right? You will have to trade in your time, you have to expend energy, effort. Sometimes we will have to spend money in order to make an investment to get additional resources. We may have to connect with mentors or maybe even employ a coach. And sometimes it's also about taking action, right? Like what Joseph shared and showed in the video. It's about taking a leap of faith, literally, in order to get the experience and get the outcome that we want. And of course, sometimes things don't happen the way we want it to go, and we'll make mistakes. But hey, if we are able to learn something from the opportunity or from the event, then I think the mistakes are perfectly worth it, all right? As long as we're able to derive valuable lessons from it. And of course, I think this is also good if we're able to sacrifice our ego as well. Not to put our ego on top, all right, but also to be humble enough to recognize that there are things that we will need to learn more about and not just take ourselves too seriously. So these are things that we may have to sacrifice in the journey of our pursuit of our passion, all right? So I hope this gives you a bit of idea about what it means to pursue a passion. And passion actually means it's actually associated with pain, all right? So it makes you think about whether something is still worth your pursuit. And then we talk about uncovering and assessing your purpose. And I'm glad Vihan spoke about it earlier. Pretty much we spoke about, in my opinion, I think purpose is about the reason for our being. It's about the reason why we're alive and what we are going to do with our lives, all right? So this is a question a lot of people ask ourselves about in our entire lives. And some people think about it more towards the end of their lives, and they realize that, hey, where I'm at the end isn't where I wanted to be at. And so I often ask myself this question, right? If I am 60, 70, 80, or maybe, God willing, 90 years old, and just lying there and just waiting for my time to be called, can I look back on my life and just say that I'm happy for what I've done? Am I satisfied with how my life has gone? Or would there have been more things I could have done? All right. So I like to think into the future and then look back and ask myself, if I were given another chance to make a decision, would I make the same decision? All right. So this is something that I used to explore and think about, am I aligned with the purpose? And would I do something differently? And this also brings me to what Vihan mentioned earlier. It was Ikigai, right? We saw this chart earlier. And I think this is something that is a good tool to have as well. We consider what we are good at, what the world needs, what we love, and what can we be paid for. And the sweet spot is where Japanese call Ikigai, the reason for our being. If you're able to do this, we not only get paid, we are good at it, we not only get paid, we enjoy what we're doing, and we are able to satisfy a need of the world as well. But I would like to just expand this a little bit and also share from my experience. I realized there are two more things that help me uncover potential purpose in my life as well, right? And that is pain and grief, and there's also things that resonate with me. So what do I mean by pain and grief? So there's a reason why I shared the pictures of my family, right? It helps anchor and realign me to the things I'm doing. So growing up, I'm the youngest of 4 children in my family, and my dad being the more traditional father of his time, he is hardly involved in the family. And his definition of being a good father is the one that goes out there, work hard, bring the bacon home for the family, and your work is done, right? And when you come home, when he comes home, his attention is on the television, because that's how he unwinds and distresses. But it was also when I realized that and wondered, is there more to being a father? And I felt very alienated from my dad. I felt that I didn't really care about the family. And sometimes my mom felt the same way as well. She felt that he was a bit distant. So we came back to this and we said, hey, is there more to what we're doing? So I said, no, I'm not going to do this anymore. I want to do something different. And so part of the purpose in my life is also to be to dedicate my time to my family and also to be a better father to my children. All right. And of course, one of my personal and professional interests is also in parenting, which is where my good friends Ray and Daphne will also be speaking about. All right. And there are things that resonate with me, obviously parenting as well. And I also want to just highlight there are things that are false passions. There are things that we think that we enjoy doing, but when the rubber meets the road and when things get tough, we kind of give it up. Or it may not even be something that we are very good at. And this is where things don't really work out for us. So it's important for us to understand and have a sense of what these false passions might be. So case in point, I was doing training once, and I realized that a youth was very passionate about music and singing. All right, and I said, hey, why don't you give a demonstration, right? Just let's have a sense of your talent. And when he started singing, I realized that he cannot sing. He wasn't good at what he was doing, but that was something that he really loved. But he had no idea that he wasn't good at it at all. I don't think it was something that it was a matter of him being rusty or unpolished. It was truly a very obvious case of a lack of talent and ability. But he can still be interested in music. He can still be good at some other aspects of it, but he may not necessarily be good at singing. All right. So I think it's important for us to also trial and error and get honest feedback into what we are good at. And it doesn't have to be just from one person, right? It can be from different groups of people. So I think in this aspect, we will need to do a bit of trial and error, like what some speakers have mentioned previously, to also have patience to know that it takes time at times to develop certain skills and capabilities, the humility to recognize that we may not be the best or as good as what we're at, but we can get there, right? If you're willing to make mistakes, forgive ourselves, take courage to in this journey. Of course, I have a sense of humor as well, right? I particularly like the time when the part when Joseph said he peed himself. Hey, we all do that sometimes, right? Some of us do it a bit younger, some of us do it a bit older, but yeah, that's fine. Not judging. All right, so we're going to talk about the last portion, which is balancing the part on profits as well. All right, so what's the purpose of profits? It's making profits a good thing. Okay, and I think some of us have heard this before. Money is the root of all evil. Is this true? And do you agree? Now, instead of going to menti.com, why don't we just save a bit of time and just type in the chat, right? Do you agree that money is the root of all evil? All right, if you agree, yes. If you don't, just let us know, all right? Do you think that money is the root of all evil? Disagree, all right? Money is part of the all evil. I have no idea. All right. So for some, money is energy. All right. Okay. Money is energy. So there's a common saying that money is the root of all evil. But this was actually a quote that was taken out of the Bible. But the original quote and the context is actually this one. Oh, screen is not moving. Oh, right. So the love of money is the root of all evil. All right. So we kind of miss out the original word, which is the love, the obsession of money that leads to a lot of the problems in this world, right? Or even personally as well, because we obsess over it, we see it as the end. But really, like what Laura mentioned, money is energy. I redefine it a little bit. I would say money is a tool, it's a means to achieving something. All right, it helps us get something, but if we were to flip it around and think of profits as the end goal, it becomes a source of pain and also a potential challenge that will trip us up as well. All right, so this is something that I'd like you to consider when it comes back to Ikigai. These are some things that you can explore doing, all right? So when it comes to exploring what you're good at, what are some of your talents, experience, knowledge, and skill sets that you can use in the pursuit of your passion? All right, what are some of the things you love doing? Are there hobbies you like to share with people, the hobby and your interests? Is it about teaching? Can you teach people more about it? You like to pursue a new idea and we like to help people. What aspects of this? What are some of the things that you enjoy doing, right? And then what problems do you want to help address and solve in the world? Okay, what pains you? Like what I mentioned about grief and also challenges. You have a special guest, excuse me, all right? And what pains other people as well. And the things that pains you and challenges you could also potentially pain other people as well. If there's a certain resonance and agreement and alignment, this is where you could also help address them if you have addressed it before as well. And finally, what are some of the things that people are paying for in the market? Are they willing to pay you as well to for what you have to offer? And like Marie mentioned as well, you could also offer it for free to see where you stand in this range of offerings and see whether you match what people are paying for as well. All right. I think most importantly is to consider what kind of comfort and relief you can bring to the world and start thinking about whether can you really make this a career. Okay, so it requires a bit of trial and error, definitely, but it's something that can definitely be done. All right. So in a nutshell, I know we're running out of time. So this is what I'd like to end and leave you with. I think balancing passion, purpose with profit, we will need to recognize a couple of things. We need to recognize that pain is normal. It requires endurance. And you need to ask yourself, honestly, what is something you like to endure and what would you trade off, right? And is it worth the sacrifice? It requires trial and error as well, courage, forgiveness, and also a bit of guidance and clarity, right? So you can clear and bounce some ideas off either off a trusted friend or maybe get a coach or a mentor that could also help you in this journey that you're pursuing. All right. It also requires your priorities and capabilities. I think Joseph mentioned earlier, right, or asked a question. There are times when we have to consider, is this something that we are very clear about, or do we come back and realign and recheck our reasons, our purpose every now and then? And I think that has happened to me at times. There are times when the going got tough. I ask myself if this is something that I want to continue doing, or would I quit and do something else? And when I try to project and look into the future, I ask myself, will I be doing, if I were given a choice to do this again, will I do it again? And if I were to keep doing and go on the new route, will I be happy and will I be satisfied? And I know if I'm able to project further, that is not where I'm going to be. And I realize that the path I'm on, even though it's tough, it's challenging, is definitely something that gives me a lot of fulfillment. And similar to parenting as well, right? I have a choice these days to ask myself, do I want to go further in this entrepreneurial journey, excuse me? Or do I want to focus on the family. And of course, it's not either or all the time. Sometimes it requires that balance. When I ask myself again, I come back to the anchor. I ask myself, do I want to be a different person as what my dad did? Or different, if I want to do things differently than what my dad did? And the answer is yes. And then I realized that, yeah, maybe there are some aspects of my career and my business that I'll put on hold or slow down a little bit so that I can spend more time with the things and the people that I care most about. All right. So I hope this gives you a bit of ideas on how my process is like and how my journey is like. If you would like, and if you're a person who are thinking about starting your own business, or if you're an employee thinking about how can you progress further in your career or get more meaning, let me know. We have a bit of time, not today, of course, to do a free coaching call with you. So all you need to do is just scan the QR code, find me on Facebook if you want, drop me a message and let me know what you're looking for and why is it important. And hopefully we can use this time to also, address these questions that you have. All right. So that's all from me, Joe. I see a question from Laura. What's the best advice and top tips for getting that balance? I think I like to imagine. I like to do a bit of projection. If I were to keep doing this over and over again, will I be happy? All right. And if I were to do something that's the alternative, right? An alternative. If I were to pursue the alternative, will I be happier? And sometimes we don't know, and that is when we have to do a bit of trial and error in order to get a sense of what things are like. So I think making mistakes are perfectly fine as long as the mistakes are not fatal. All right. If you want to jump out of a plane, by all means, that's a mistake. But remember to prepare for contingencies as well. Wear a parachute, right? So I think trial and error is really important. Projections is also really important. So I hope that helps a little bit. So
Awesome.
yes, Joe. that's all from me.
I've heard of Zoom bombing, but that was totally different, mate. and are we going to get a small introduction to the little bundle of joy?
Yeah, so she's 10 months old now. She's coming 11. So with working from home these days, she kind of joins me for some of my calls and some of my meetings as well. And
Awesome.
I think instead of seeing it as a inconvenience or a nuisance, I enjoy this closer proximity. All right, it allows me to do two things at the same time, even though the lines are blurred. Yeah. So yeah, she's a handful, but she's also a real joy to be around.
Absolutely. And you know, I love that you showed up. Really, you know, we're all real people with real lives, with real families, real relationships, and we're balancing all of these things together as work and family and life and children, all kind of, for lack of a better word, collide and merge. How do we make sense of it all? Our next speaker is Inaugural Mubita. She's based in Sydney, Australia. She is a pastor, strength coach, writer, and aspiring therapist. She believes that we are all created with abilities that enable us to live a life with full potential and navigate through life. Today, she will be talking about using our strengths to cultivate personal growth. And she focuses on that aspect. She believes that strengths are natural abilities with which everyone is born. And these are not just learned skills, but are inherent and unique for each person. So I'm going to hand over the time to Inonge.
It's been so wonderful hearing from each one of you. I'm so inspired. I've learned so much already. And I just feel like what I have is just like ingredients to the big cake that we're kind of baking right now. So I'm just gonna tell you a little bit about myself. So I'm originally from Zambia. I don't know if any one of you has been to Africa or you know anything about Zambia, but we are down south, we are neighbors to Zimbabwe, Tanzania, Malawi, yeah. So, and then I've lived in Denmark, I've lived in the UK, I've lived in Malawi as well. And now I moved here in Sydney in 2017. And yeah, I'm loving life here. And so I'm just gonna share my slides, just a sec. Okay, so just before I start to share with you about the topic, I'm gonna tell you a little bit of a little story that is gonna be connected to what I'm gonna be talking about. So I didn't grow up as a typical African girl. I grew up in a village, but I was never a typical village girl. When I was young, maybe in seventh grade, a lot of my friends would be dreaming of, growing up and getting married to the son of the next farmer next door, but I was never like that. I used to imagine a lot of things. I used to imagine traveling the world and and reading a lot of books, Western books actually. So this story is, like I said, is connected to what I'm gonna talk about. So today, can you guys hear me? Are you able to hear me, Joe?
Yes.
Okay, great.
Yes. Yeah.
All right. So today we're gonna I'm gonna be talking about strength, and we're gonna discover we're gonna know what strengths are and how we are able to develop those strengths and how we can deliver our minds, basically, or set ourselves free from any self criticisms, and so that we can operate in our strength and basically for personal growth. So what are strengths? I'm sure most of you've heard of, because we are among coaches and speakers already, and already the speakers who've already talked, you've touched on strength. Most of you have touched on strength, and I don't think this is a topic that is strange to us. But about a year plus ago, I got so interested in strength. I don't know if you've heard of Strength Finder by Gallup. If you have, you might be familiar with this. Basically, strength are the abilities that each one of us is born with. So these are the things, for example, they are also different from like hobbies. So strength, I would say there will be something like maybe things that come naturally to you. For example, some of you might be very good at encouraging. You might be very good in a kind of a social setup. You're very outgoing. And those are your natural abilities. You know how to talk to people. Maybe you're not a shy person. You just get energized by the things that comes naturally to you. And I'll give you an example of myself. So when the story that I told you at the beginning, like me being, growing up in a very small village back in Africa, and I always dreamt of, being someone big, traveling the world and everything like that. And in those times, there was no possibilities that I could ever do all those things. But one of my strengths is actually imaginations. So I imagine a lot of things, and I also have strategic. So for me, just because I used to imagine that kind of lifestyle, I kept pushing myself. I kept utilizing, capitalizing on my imaginations to actually push myself to, to do all that I wanted to do. And I believe that through that, that's how I ended up in all these other different countries. And just on a small scale, I've been taught that I'm good at encouraging people. I'm not good in a huge social setup. I'm good with one-on-one. And this is my strength as well. So for example, in times of the of COVID-19, what I've done, using my strength as an encourager, I've been, kind of just talking to people one-on-one, like checking up on them, how are they doing, and, just having little conversations here and there. And people that are really low or, like just facing challenges, because we have a lot of people who've lost jobs, and just, having that one-on-one with them, giving them the time. For me, that's my strength. It comes naturally to me. I can just do that easily. But I realized that while doing that, I've been growing as a person as well. So that's what strengths are. And I love this quote, and I'm sure all of you are familiar with it, by Albert Einstein. Everybody's a genius, but if you judge a fish by its ability to climb a tree, it will live its whole life believing that it's stupid. And I think we do that with ourselves, actually. We think, for example, if I'm not good at ironing clothes, for example, and if I keep telling myself that just because I'm not good at ironing clothes, then I'm stupid, or you know what I'm trying to say, then that's not good. So what I'm good at is actually like cleaning the house. I think for me it's therapeutic. I love cleaning. So instead of like me trying to focus on something that I'm not good at, I have to focus on something that I'm already good at, so that I can keep growing in that and utilizing that and strengthening that. And with this point, it brings me to I think I've already touched on how, it brings me to I've already touched on how you can discover your strengths. Basically, it's just the things that comes naturally to you. You might be, if you work in an office, for example, office setup, you might be very good at organizing, or you might be very good at with administrative, you might be good at numbers. So you can utilize that by maybe helping other people in the office that are, maybe you notice someone struggles with like the spreadsheets, and you're pretty good at that. So use that to help someone. And as much as as long as you are helping other people, you also grow. Yeah. So and it comes back to how you can develop your strength. So just keep doing what you're doing, and keep doing what you know you're good at, and not focusing on what you're not good at. I think, like I said, for my presentation, I just realized that a lot of speakers have already touched on these things. So for me, it's just like an ingredient, adding on to the big cake. So yeah, then I have, sorry. There. Yes, I love this quote. Success is achieved by developing our strength, not eliminating our weaknesses. So I would say that we've heard, like, when you go maybe for an interview, job interview, you'll be asked like, what are your weaknesses and what are your strengths? So we'd tell them our weaknesses and our strength. And I've also heard people saying that, we have to work on our weaknesses. But you know what? The weaknesses will never, they're just certain things that we'll never be good at, because it's not in our natural ability to, So I would say it's important to know your weaknesses, so that you know your limits as well, because we all have limits. In as much as we would say that, I've heard like some other life coaches would say, no, there's no limit and everything. We do have some limits. So it's good to know our weaknesses, but the most important thing is not to dwell on our weaknesses, but to focus on our strength and capitalize on that, and let them grow, like fertilize that and let that grow. Another example I think I would give would be a personal example. It comes back to like encouraging people. I remember I used to see at the bus station here in Sydney, every time I get back from like on my way home from work, I'd see this lady sitting on a bench at the same time, and she'd sit in the same spot And then one day I just decided to, just approach her and just have a one-on-one conversation. And I realized that actually she's been going through a lot of stuff. And because for me, talking to people and encouraging people comes naturally, I was able to encourage her and talk to her. And then every time I'd see her at the station, would have these conversations till she just kind of offloaded her whole life. And after talking for months, actually, we kind of became friends, and she's in a good position. And that gave me the courage to actually keep doing what I'm good at. So talking to people, even strangers. Yeah. So that's just a little example. My presentation is pretty short. So so this is, you can basically, once you know your strengths, it's easy for you to change your mindset as well, because like I said, you stop looking at your weaknesses, and then you kind of you have to sharpen your strength and your abilities and continue working in that. And then that's how you grow as a person as well. Even in times of COVID, like I said, if we focus on the bad stuff that is going on, I don't think we are going anywhere. We're not growing, and we're not doing good to ourselves anyway. So why not focus? I'm not saying you have just to, to ignore whatever is going on, accept that, but just find the good in this sense, I would say find the good in the chaos, basically, because I believe that within us we have the abilities to do that. We're capable of doing that. So yes, that's it. So yeah, operating our strength in life and career gives us the confidence to keep moving forward. And you can have life happens to each one of us. So life happens to each one of us, things come, but if you know what you have inside of you, you'll be able to actually look, find a way out of any obstacle. Yeah, basically that's it. So I hope even if I didn't talk much about this, but I hope we can, we know how we can discover our strength, and basically it's the things that come naturally to us, and how we can develop that is just by, doing what we're good at more. And once we do that, we are able to kind of deliver our negative mindsets or self-critiques, so that we can, have a successful life. So that's it, basically. And there you go. If you wanna, get in touch with me, those are my details. I'll put the links as well in the chat. So thank you so much, Joseph. And
thank you, Inonge. Actually, I'm not sure if Gary is still tuned in. Gary actually specializes in Strength Finder, actually. So I'm not sure if he's still there and can hear my question. In fact, actually, Laura's question. Yeah, Gary. Yeah, I'm here. You can chime in. You can chime in on these questions as well with respect to strengths. Laura earlier asked a question to you, Gary, with respect to finding that balance. I think also that question applies to Inonge's presentation on strengths. So sometimes we focus so much on strengths that we ignore the weaknesses and then create this imbalance, because there's also the idea that if we overuse our strength, it then becomes a weakness. Like say, for example, in a workplace, for example, a strength could be, you could have a strength to say, okay, you are very deadline oriented. You could be very focused on results. But if you overuse that strength, you could end up becoming a weakness, which is you become a slave driver. you know what I'm saying? So yeah. So like, for example, a lot of people, another example, a lot of people pride themselves in being direct. Indirect, right? Being direct, and yeah, it can be seen as a strength, because you're just cutting through the BS and just getting to the point. But if you overuse that strength, then it becomes insensitive to people. Right. How does one find the balance between that strength and weakness? And Gary, you're welcome to chime in as well. And Inonge, yes.
Okay. I guess it all comes back to maybe awareness. So if I'll use, sometimes we like everything in life, if it's done, if it's in, is it can I say in access, then it becomes bad. So basically you just have to be aware of, yeah, just awareness, I guess.
Self-awareness.
Self-awareness. Gary, anything?
Oh, okay. I can't speak at the moment.
Yeah, okay, yeah. So it comes down to self-awareness, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Awareness is key and the first step to change. Yeah. It seems like that's the focus point there.
Yeah, and also I feel like sometimes if you're doing it for yourself, because if you're doing it for your own, for your own benefit, because I believe like the strength or talent or whatever we've been given by God, it's for other people. It's to, bless someone else. So if it becomes about us, that's where the danger is. So we have to be aware of that. If you realize that, okay, just because, okay, I like to encourage people, but I make it about myself. Sometimes we do that unknowingly, but I make it about myself.
Mm-hmm.
I can encourage people and all that stuff, but it's all about me, then that's where the danger comes in. So you have to be aware of that as well.
Yeah.
But in general, it's just knowing what you're good at and what you're not good at, and accepting that. Say, okay, you know what, I may never ever bake a cake, but that doesn't mean I cannot make, a very nice fish or something.
Yeah.
You're aware of that. Yeah.
Yeah. I think also feedback is really critical in the whole process. We all have blind spots,
Exactly.
even though we don't want to admit it. We all have blind spots,
100%.
and we think that we're on the right, but actually, people around us pick up on those blind spots. So I think keeping an open communication channel with people and getting that necessary feedback is necessary.
Yeah.
To then bring that back to the self-awareness part.
100%.
Yeah.
100%.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Inonge. It was a pleasure having you.
Thank you, Joe. Thank you.
Next speaker is Junior. Now, Junior is going to be talking about harmony in a marriage relationship. Junior essentially runs her own, she does her own shows on Facebook. I think she does it almost Tuesdays and Thursdays. Modern Asian mother. And she herself is a mother to 5 amazing children. And she has her own parenting model that she's recognized for. Her content is quite unique and quite unconventional. She uses this word deviant. It depends on how you interpret it, but it's quite interesting and unique. And certainly engages people on a deeper level and gets that conversation out. So Junior has got a very, again, provocatively titled presentation called "Till Death Do Us Part." Over to you.
Yes. Thank you so much, Joseph. Wait, sorry. Can you, what do you guys see?
We see your slides and we see
you. You see my slide. Do you see me? No.
Yes, and we hear you as well.
Okay, wonderful. So thank you. Each and every one of you have been sharing so insightful stuff that I've just been writing down. It's gold nuggets, literally. So this is the title that I am excited about sharing. Till death do us part. And then, I turn it around, and because there was a point in my life where it was part, otherwise dead. I would be dead, So I go by modern Asian mother, and I trust it's going to be insightful for you. So I would love to have interaction, and I will be asking you some questions, yeah? So the first one, a very quick share of who I am. I am an author of The Naked Parent, and what I write inside is, just my thoughts on how parenting is out of step in today's digital age and how we can align being relevant, okay? That's one. And I have 3 live shows on Facebook. I've got my own YouTube channel, Modern Asian Mother, where I discuss my 3 shows. Talk about, the first one would be experts expose, where I bring in the experts and I get them to share on different aspects of parenting or for women self-love. The second one would be mom's confessions. So it's a candid time where we just share, you know, we talk about things like, has your husband ever cheated and what you did? So it's just, you know, getting moms to talk about things, because in Asia, we can get a little caught up with looking good, you know, instead of sharing the real stuff that goes behind closed doors. And on Saturday, which is today, later, I will be having guests who will just be sharing about their life stories. For example, one of them is how she was a prostitute, and today she is a happy mother to 3 children because she found a man who truly loved her. So that's what I do professionally. And at home, like what Joseph already mentioned, I've got 5 amazing kids. And why I just put this slide is for you all to know out there that outside and inside, I always remind myself that I'm the same person. So no persona, I'm not going to be that good looking, you know, mom who has it all together. No, I'm going to share with you what really happened. So for you now, sorry, this is where we are. Where are you? You know, like in all fairy tales, they tell us da 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 da, and most fairy tales when I was growing up ended with, and they live happily ever after. So where are you? You know, it doesn't matter whether you are actually married, even if you are in a relationship. You know, is the relationship something that you are happy with? Touch your heart happy, not surviving happy, like, yeah, it's fine, you know? Or would you be living a nightmare? For me, I was living a nightmare 5 years ago. And I will share more of that later. No, let me just share now. So today you've seen the beautiful picture of 5 amazing kids, and I'm in love with that one man, same father of the 5 kids. But 5 years ago, I threw him out so many times. He came over at his sister's place, not just once, but multiple times. It's transformed today, and that's what I will be sharing with you, yeah? So I think one of the key areas why we grew apart is because when we first got married 14 years ago, we enjoyed each other's company. But as I began to take off on personal development, I remember I just went for courses and I just so enjoyed growing. And I tried to drag him along, but he was resistant. He was like, I'm fine, I'm happy. Why would I have to go with you? And in my mind, I was like, but this is a shared journey. Come on, you're my life partner. He had other, you know, ideas about it. So where are you at now? Are you growing at the same pace as your partner? Are you growing faster than your partner? Is your partner growing faster than you? Or are you growing in different directions? You know, whether it's interest or whether it's just a lack of communication. You know, just take some time to just ask, like, with my partner, where am I? You know, you don't have to tell anyone, but just for you, where are you now? So this is where I want to bring in the growth mindset. And I want to remind us, like, why I use this, right, is it's so easy often in today's digital age to capture everything on Instagram or to post the best Facebook pictures. And we get validation by the number of likes, you know. But how I live my life is I always remind myself that my life is not just one picture, but it's an entire reel. And while people only post the positive, sometimes I remind myself to not smile for pictures, just to get in touch with how I really feel. And if I'm tired, I will really show a tired face. You know, just to capture that and to remind myself that at the end of it all, people will say whatever they want to say. But I know my entire reel. And in any relationship, there will be ups and downs. So if you look at this reel, the fingers pointing, you know, where we are such different people. We are he loves to snack while I'm the healthier partner. So we are so different. And while we are so different, the entire reel, what is it made up of? You know, so words that I've realized when our relationship hit rock bottom and I was like literally throwing his clothes at him, I realized that I would say things like, you will never change, you know, or it's too hard. This relationship is really just too hard. And then I was like, you know, why should I try? Because all the fairy tale tells us they live happily ever after, and they never tell us that it takes work, right? It's just, and I will cover 3 stages, you know, from the enchantment stage, and then it stays that way, right? They don't actually dissect behind the scenes for us. And I actually reached many stages in my relationship with him where I was like, it's not worth it. I'm happier as a single mom out there without him. I'm done with his lies. I'm done with, you know, our differences. It's irreconcilable. I remember actually checking with the lawyers to see on what legal grounds I could divorce him. That's how serious I was. But as I began to grow, I realized that my personal growth affected my marriage as well. And as I began to change my language towards him, that is why we have what we have today. So I began to look at him and, you know, get that, hey, you know what, I believe in you. So on one side, you will see the fixed mindset comes with, you know, everything is fixed. Things are static. It will never shift, you know. But as I began just to change in my language, it's the growth mindset of like, you know what, I believe in you. I believe in us. And instead of saying it's so hard, you know, because the fixed mindset is like, it shouldn't be so hard. It's the enchantment stage where if it's too hard, then it's probably wrong. But as I really got that struggles and challenges are just part of a journey. And instead of just focusing on the end product, to just enjoy the process, things actually took a turn for the better. And instead of why should I try? You know, every time we had a disagreement or every time there was a shout again, I'll be like, hey, you know what? I'm feeling this anger. Perfect opportunity to practice my personal development on myself. Like, how do I acknowledge my emotions and how do I use it as an opportunity for my personal development instead of looking good on the outside and having like having shambles at home. I always believe that the greatest battles are won and fought at home, you know? And then, you know, I mean, there are so many other words I could come up with. And instead of it's not worth it, to say to him every day, thank you for being my partner. So I want to cross out myths why relationships in general don't last, okay? We all have this romanticized ideal. At least I know I did. They live happily ever after, right? And then when the going gets tough, that's not supposed, something's wrong. It's either him or me or us, you know? And the other angle that I want to bring in is, what's your blueprint for a relationship? I remember for me, my dad cheated on my mom, so he had multiple partners. And as I witnessed that and other failed marriages, I grew up with relationships don't last. You know, it's too good to be true. There isn't someone out there who would love me for the rest of my life. And that's all in my unconscious, okay? And I bring it out to the forefront because as I began to realize that that's in my unconscious, I realized I was the one who was actively playing out my unconscious blueprint. Yeah, naturally without wanting to, but I was. Cumulative incompletions. This is key because, you know, often when there's a disagreement, it's easier to not talk about it, especially if one party is not ready. But leaving the many incompletions sort of like creates this built up, this mountain at the back. And that really damages relationships. Okay, communication is key. I will talk about it more in depth later. And I think the biggest is, it's so hard, you know. So maybe I should start writing books on they live happily ever after and the how they live happily ever after, because every relationship, whether it's with your partner, with your kids, with your colleague, takes work. And I think one of the greatest joys of working on a relationship is personal development. You know, as I set goals for my relationship, the goal is not just to have a wonderful, loving relationship, but for my personal growth, because the person that I would have to be would be altogether different, you know, in being able to just have this love relationship. So the 5 C's that I will very quickly cover is create. So that's how I salvage my relationship. I actually sat down to ask myself, what do I want? Okay. Communicate. What are the 3 key words? Connect. Specifically, the M, E, and P. Consistency, where we literally put a calendar, and commitment. And I will be talking about carefrontation, because in any relationship, there will definitely be differences. And how do we approach this kind of differences? Yeah. So create. One night, I sat down and as I looked at my relationship, like this piece of drawing, I realized there was so much scribbles and drawing on it that it was impossible to create something newly. And what I really needed was a fresh sheet of paper, not bringing any of the past mistakes that him or I have been a part of, not bringing my prejudices against him or my negativity, but really I got out like a fresh sheet of paper and I asked myself, what do I want? And I got present to that I would want this man to be my best friend, to grow old with him. And as of the point, even as I was writing that, I'm going to be very candid. In my mind, it was like, it's not possible, because as of that moment, I saw so much of his faults. I was despising him. I was looking down on him. I was just so emotionally negative towards him and biased against him. But if it was a fresh piece of paper and I could have anything I want, I wouldn't want to change a partner. Because I knew then that even if I change a partner or even if I was single, this would be an area in my life that I would not have any victory over. So I created, you know what, if it's even possible that this enemy would be my best friend, that we would really engage deeply in dialogues, that even if he didn't want to grow, I would fully love and embrace him for who he was. And as I began to just write down the list, that is the easy part, yeah. I invite you on a quiet night, evening, afternoon to just spend time on any area of your life, to look and just newly create, not from the past, but what do you want? A future that inspires you. And the second is where I would say communicate, where these 3 words, my 3 magic words, any guesses? It's not I love you. I think it's a bit overrated. I mean, I do say that to my family, like to Derek and the kids, but I realized that the 3 key words would be you, right? Like at the end of it, like what Stephen Covey says, listen first, seek first to understand and then be understood. So the 3 words I would say is, I began to just throw aside my ideals of what I think a relationship should be first, okay? After creating the list, I put that one side. I went to him, and this was the hard part. And I told him, I know I keep saying I want a divorce with you, and I want to start this conversation by asking you, what do you want in a relationship? And as I sat down, he poured out, right? Because I guess there was so much, after, I think then was like 6 years of marriage, there was so much buried, so much that we had just conveniently swept under the carpet. And as he shared, wherever he came from, I just listened. I didn't defend. I didn't, correct him. I just listened because this is just his point of view. And then I began to share with him my list. I showed him my list and I was like, so this is what I would love you to be. And I have no idea how we're going to get there, because as of now, and I began to share, my listening of you is that you're someone who can't be trusted, tap, 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 tap. So the list went on. And then at the end of it, we created what's something that we both want, to work towards. So you, me, we. These are the 3 words I realize for any relationship. Even when I start routines at home with the kids, I always start with asking them, what would you like to have? And then I share what I would like to have. And together, we collaboratively come up with something that works for both of us. And then when I talk about connection, I want to cover just 3 areas, yeah. Mentally, like what I spoke about already, it's this growth mindset. When I saw my husband as this angry man, There was no way he could appear any differently from me. He couldn't be loving, he couldn't be faithful, he couldn't be all the other good things that he was, because I saw him as this angry man. But when I began to shift my view of him and see him as someone who is just growing, just like I am not perfect and I've got so many areas that I need to work on, he is also growing. And as I began to shift my focus, I got out another piece of paper and I began to write all his good stuff. I remember when I first did this, very candidly, the list of negative stuff was so long. The list of good stuff, I think, was less than 5, you know. But as I began to just stop looking at the negative, right? And that's obviously the reason why our marriage was failing, and focus on his good points. This list, the good points began to grow. Okay, so mentally, you know, to just connect, to just focus on the positive, like what we all know, what we focus on expands. And I began to not just see him for just being faithful and a wonderful provider and supportive. The list just kept multiplying. And interestingly, when I stopped focusing on the negative, I began to see less of it. The second would be emotionally. So there would be times where one of the greatest grievance that I had with my husband was I felt emotionally, he just didn't get me, right? I would be feeling down and he would be problem solving for me. Or I would not feel like having sex and he'll be like, oh, but that's something, you know. So emotionally is where I got in touch with my emotions, you know, and I began to share with him. And it's beautiful how the both of us begin to individually get anchored in what our emotions were telling us instead of denying it, suppressing it, especially the negative ones. And as I connected with him, especially, so for example, the positive emotions are easy to embrace. It's the negative emotions that I realize I tend to ignore or shun or avoid. But as I began to embrace, for example, his anger or my anger, I got that emotions are just cluing us into things. So when he got angry, I just got, instead of being the reactive wife, I began to just got, okay, something's troubling him. And no longer did I react to his negative emotions, but I listened deeper for what his emotions were trying to tell him and me. Yeah. And then finally, physically, The 5 Love Languages by Gary Chapman. I think that's a wonderful book where I actually got that for my husband. So the 5 love languages are words of affirmation, and that's his. He needed to hear that he was a wonderful provider, that I loved him. And for me, I struggled with that because I would not say something that's not true, right? But like what I said, as I chose to focus on the positive, I began to just affirm him. I began to say things like, thank you for doing this, you know, to just appreciate him for very specific actions, like thank you for buying the tea for me. And as I began to expand on that, I realized that I was emotionally topping him up. And then the other 4 would be touch. So for him, he enjoys touch, right? So I began to just hug him more, allow him to hold my hands more. In the past, I would just brush it off because I'm so focused on doing things, and that's not my natural love language. What's natural for me though is quality time. For me, if you love me, then spend time with me. And if I love you, you become my priority in me just giving you time. The 4th one would be gifts. So, you know, find out what's your partner's or your kids' love language. You know, where give is something that took me, where I had to learn gifts, because gifts is not mine. When my kids ask for things, I would be more practical and say, yeah, but why, you know? As I got how different children appreciated gifts, it doesn't have to be expensive, you know? I got, like, it's fine to indulge them in a sweet every single day because that tops them up. And finally, being conversant in even the 5th one, which is acts of service. So acts of service is a game changer for me because I am someone who is very conversant in the first 3 and not the last 2. And I never understood when my husband picked me up. You know, for me, it's like when he wants to pick me up, I'm like, no, it's fine. I'll take the public transport because it's faster and I didn't like to wait. But as I began to allow him to love me his way, and I began to speak his language. So I don't normally cook, right? But as I began to realize that they appreciate it, or even spending time with the kids, studying with them, just supporting them and availing my services, my hands for them, that's how we really connected, you know? So mentally, emotionally getting in touch, and physically learning a different language from me so that I can talk the people I love out. I can speak their language instead of, can you imagine? I'm speaking in Mandarin and then the only language you understand is English. We would never be able to connect. Yeah. And when I talk about consistency, so you know, I've got 5 kids. What we really got is, with all the good intentions, at the end of it, we really need to have a calendar, like a physical structure that works for us. Because otherwise, we get so caught up with the many mundane things in life. There's work to be done, there's errands to be run, there's this and that. And before we know it, how do I say? There's hardly time left for each other. And the time left that we have for each other, it's about discussing things to do. So when we actually sat down, we actually planned like every Friday is just going to be him and me without the kids. And when we go out, it's just going to be a meal time where we actually get to fall in love again, where the time spent together, it's not going to come from the past, but like when you first date someone, it comes from a place of inquiry, of inquisitiveness, of finding out who are you newly. And as I found out who he was, what is so amazing is, remember I started by saying that I started on my growth journey and I was disappointed that he was not growing. I realized that his interest was trading. And it's so beautiful now how he takes time to takes courses on just trading, and he's getting good at it, right? So while we have different interests, as we share, it's such a beautiful union to be deeply engaged in the interest of my life partner, my best friend. So calendar, it's not just a weekly date, I realize, but sometimes, so initially we started with weekly dates, right? But I realized that with weekly dates, sometimes on a daily basis, when we wait, for 6 days, the weekly dates become a get-to-do list, okay, we need to go for shopping for this, we need to buy this present, and then the romance is all gone. So what we've actually created is on a daily basis to really just connect, even just for 15 minutes, where it's not about the kids, where we just listen to each other's mentally, emotionally, and physically. And finally, what I mean by commitment is carefrontation. Remember I said there will always be differences in any real relationship. So carefrontation is a method where, it can be clashes or, hands coming together. So the 4 steps, yeah. Typically, there would be some things where I'm not too comfortable with him. And instead, in the past, I would go to him and tell him, ta, 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 ta. And naturally, his defenses, just in my looks, right? As I approach him, his defenses will all be up and he's like lashing back. So we never actually get anything solved. So carefrontation comes with 4 words. It's a concept that I learned from Lisa, a speaker, Lisa Williams, I think. Yeah. So the first step is literally to talk the person up. Instead of starting a conversation at neutral or at negative, to build them up first with genuine words. So when I come to him, so you can write these words out if you want. I tell him, you know what, I really admire you for this, or I really like that you did this. It's sincerely, yeah, not with flattery. But when we start the conversation, giving the other person at least 2 or 3 put-ups, we bring them up to a positive place already. And then I share with him, and this is not working for me. And I give it to him. So the second step is to ask, can we reach an agreement? The second step is to ask, I need your help on something. I need your support on something. So it's literally to build them up and then to give them the ball. So the ball is really in your court. This is not working for me and I want to deal with this. So I'm being very straight, very open about it. And after that, it's to share, is to hear from them and then to come up with a solution. So the third step is, as we come up with a solution together, the last step is also to talk about what if you don't carry this out. So for example, he wants to lose weight. So that's an area that he's, been grappling with for some time. And, every time I see him snacking in the middle of the night, I'll be like, hello, what's your commitment towards your weight loss is not being played out the way you intend it to be. That's how I used to approach it. But having learned these 4 steps of confrontation and just affirming him, in like getting him to talk about what he wants, you know, like getting him connected with the why he wants to feel good and look good on the inside for health reasons, right? And to live long. Finally, the 4th step is actually getting your partner to come up with, if you don't keep to this, you know, new agreement that we have, you know, then what do you suggest? So if it comes from them, there is a higher chance that they will carry it out. So for him, he said, if I don't do this, then no snack for the entire day. The next day, he's going to put himself on a strict diet. So it's my job then, you know, to just remind him with love, hey, this is what your commitment is. So instead of me coming down harsh and hard on him, like, you know, being, what's that word? Being condescending, it's literally to say, hey, I'm here to support you. I'm here to lift you up. And this is what you committed to, and it's not working for you. Yeah. So I want to thank each and every one of you for now. And I would love to hear if you have any questions.
Do you let fear hold you back? Are you easily discouraged? Or do you beat yourself up when things don't work out the way that you planned? These are real issues and real thoughts that can plague us as adults. And many times, we can trace the root cause of these feelings back to experiences we encountered during our youth. What if I told you that right now during this conversation, we can instill a healthy mindset in your child so that they can avoid these feelings in the future? Hi, I'm Rita Baksh. I'm a certified life coach, mentor, and speaker. My personal mission is to inspire, educate, and empower others to become more self-aware so that they can become the best versions of themselves. Thank you so much for joining in. Whether you're in the beginning stages of your self-development journey or by joining this e-summit, this is just another stepping stone in your path, welcome. No matter what stage you're at, it is so important that we keep learning and growing. Taking steps to instill a positive mindset in your child today will actually set them up for a brighter tomorrow. So thank you for joining us. Let's get started. So often we take the recycled lessons learned from our parents, and we use that as the blueprint on how to live our own lives. Now, this can serve us well if we're achieving desirable outcomes. But if we're not, it's important to ask yourself why. What are the sentences in your head telling you? And more importantly, how does that make you feel? For a lot of us, we have an inner voice. This voice serves as our guiding light. It helps us to make decisions, and it's also a compass on how we feel about ourselves. Depending on your inner voice, that can be your biggest cheerleader, or it can be your worst inner critic. Now, all of that depends on your mindset. I want you to think about your inner voice. What does yours sound like? This inner voice is usually developed during our imprint period. And now in children, this is between the ages of 3 to 11. Now, your upbringing, coupled with your experiences during that time period, essentially provided you with the fundamentals and the building blocks of who you are right now. As adults, we tend to identify unhealthy thought patterns later in life, and then we actively try to undo or unlearn what we were taught. So the goal here today is to lay a positive foundation of building blocks so that we can instill that in our children so that they can avoid the same process of unlearning in the future. Being aware of the imprint period, it is so profound. Understanding its effects can help us tremendously as parents. The way that we speak to our children, that essentially becomes their inner voice. So keeping this in mind now will set our child up for a world filled with possibilities instead of a world filled with self-limiting beliefs. Implementing the small positive changes you'll learn today, it will actually provide your child with a growth mindset. They need this in order to be successful. What is mindset? Mindset is the way that our brains see ourselves and the world. And there is a big difference between a growth mindset versus a fixed mindset. Now, a fixed mindset believes their abilities are unchanging, that the outcomes are already predetermined. They see the world very black and white in terms of smart and dumb, good and bad. Whereas on the other hand, a growth mindset sees the world full of opportunities. They believe that their intelligence and effort will improve over time with their hard work and their dedication. They believe that anything is possible. Instilling this mindset in your child is so super critical. Studies show that there is a strong connection between your child's mindset and their academic intelligence, their ambition, curiosity, their academic success, and their overall long-term happiness. All of this sound great? Ready to implement all of the tools that you're going to learn today? That's great. But first, change needs to happen with you. Before you can instill a growth mindset in your child, you must first work on yourself. Our brain has anywhere from 60 to 80,000 thoughts a day. That's a lot of thoughts. And 95% of those thoughts are on repeat mode. So what that means is that what you thought yesterday and the day before that, or even the day before that, is constantly replaying in your mind. So if you were in a bad mood or you had negative thoughts, you're going to stay in a state of negativity. And when you live this way and you stay in that lane, others can see it and they can feel it. Our children learn by observing. So it is important that you remember that our thoughts lead to our feelings, leads to our actions. Consider that during every interaction you have with your child. The first step to sustainable change and growth in ourselves is becoming more self-aware. Try to notice and eliminate when you have self-defeating talk. It's important to be that good example for our children, right? So now is the time to change that negative talk into something more positive statements. For example, instead of saying, I can't do something, you can change that into, I am capable of doing something. I am emotionally strong. I am accepting of myself. All of those are good examples of how we can change from a negative to a positive. And honestly, the more you practice this, it's going to become natural. This will become an autopilot thought pattern for you. And it's important to understand the differences in what we can control and what we can't control, because sometimes that affects our negative or positive outlook. Emphasize in your child that they are in control of their thoughts and their happiness. Emphasize that we cannot control other people or their opinions of us. Emphasize that happiness comes from within and it's not based on external circumstances. Now, as parents, we can incorporate some growth mindset tools, such as daily affirmations. Now, affirmations are based on the idea that thoughts can influence our life, similar to what we were just talking about. So these should be positive I statements, and they're said in the present tense. It's something that you want to repeat daily. I am worthy, I am loved, I am strong, things like that. And when you do that, encourage your child to set the same and practice these together. Show them how a positive mindset can truly impact their lives positively. Children are naturally curious, right? From the time they are born, they begin to find interest in everything that surrounds them. Keep this going, encourage that in them. You can do this by asking them open-ended questions. Listen to them. Life can be so busy for adults. Slow down, get down to their level, and explore this curiosity with them. Another great thing to do is use conscious language. Change things to make it more exciting for your child. If you need to take them out to run errands, tell them you're taking them on an expedition. This is going to create that spark of curiosity in them. And also, a good thing to practice with your child and for yourself would be to set goals. Use the SMART method. SMART is an acronym that stands for specific, measurable, achievable, results-driven, and time-bound. And what this does is it takes a larger goal and breaks it down into smaller digestible pieces. By using this method, it can help you to celebrate smaller wins and smaller milestones. For example, if your goal was to lose weight, that is a very broad goal. If you use the SMART method, you would say, I want to lose 10 pounds in 6 weeks. Now that's very specific, it's time-bound, results-driven, measurable. It's all of those things, and it's easier for you to achieve it and celebrate it. And be sure to celebrate it. Show your children how to celebrate wins. The most effective way to teach your child this process is by actually doing it yourself. But also, if something doesn't get accomplished or work out the way that we planned, which can happen, expose your child to that. Don't shelter them. Make a new action plan. I personally like to plan for the unexpected. It's important to be adaptable and flexible. Making children aware that they can deal with change and showing them, like actually showing them how to maneuver through the unexpected is so vital. Children learn by your example. So for when they understand the process from beginning to end, it's going to give them the fundamentals that they need. Also expose them to failing. Now, failing is not a bad word, no. Failing is essentially identifying ways that didn't work. Identify the importance of not giving up in your child. They can try something, and if they fail, give them permission to fail. It is not anything negative. They can learn from that. These are important lessons that we're teaching them. Now, if we're afraid to fail at something, right, that can hinder us from trying anything new. And really, when we limit ourselves, we're failing ahead of time. We're not even trying. So encouraging them to fail forward in your child, encouraging them with these tools is actually giving them some building blocks in order to stay self-motivated as they move into adulthood. If they view failing as negative, they're going to do everything in their power to avoid it. Now, a growth mindset knows that failing is an option, but they also know it is not the end. It's important here to show children their true potential and to encourage them to keep moving forward towards their dreams and goals, even in the face of adversity. It's okay to adjust the method, not the mission. It's important that we also encourage them to explore their passions. Remember, we talked about curiosity. It's the same thing here, where anything that sparks their interest or their passions, encourage that. Tell them to be courageous. Tell them to learn something new today. We want to encourage children to be the best version of themselves, and that's going to lead into self-confidence. That is another huge building block for a growth mindset. Self-confidence is the willingness to try new things and allow for any outcome. Remember, we talked about failing forward. Give your child permission to fail. Encourage them to try new adventures. And it's really important to support their uniqueness. Let them know that their self-worth and their self-validation isn't based on other people's approval. It comes from within. All of these tips and everything that we've talked about, this will really serve in helpful ways to begin to instill that growth mindset in your child. Become familiar with characteristics of a growth mindset. Words like bravery, kindness, hard work, dedication, just to name a few. Learn that a growth mindset focuses more on the effort versus the outcome. For example, if your child worked really hard on a test, really focus and emphasize and praise the effort they put forth more so than the actual letter grade they've received. So to recap, a fixed mindset sees the world in simple terms, right? Good and bad. Whereas a growth mindset, what we're really focused on today, is one that sees the world full of possibilities and opportunities. Before we can instill that in our children, remember that that change needs to happen with ourselves first. During every interaction with your child, consider the imprint period and what you learned about that today. Your actions and your words will essentially become their inner voice. Practice the tools we talked about and instill those healthy thought patterns in them so that they can have this beautiful growth mindset. It's amazing that by incorporating what we've learned today, we can actually prevent our children from having to unlearn any unhealthy thought patterns in their adult years. What a beautiful gift that would be to give them. We want your child to see that the world is full of opportunities, but most importantly, you want your child to see themselves as full of capabilities. And making these small changes today, I promise you will have a huge impact on your child's tomorrow. Thank you so much for spending this time with me today. As mentioned, I am Rita Baksh. I am a certified life coach and mindset coach. I'm a mentor and a speaker. If you'd like to keep the conversation going or work with me, I do offer private one-to-one coaching. I have a group coaching program, and I'm also available for workshops, summits, collaborations, podcasts. I'd like for you to know just a little bit more about me, that my work is predicated on women's empowerment, and I am on a mission to help the woman that I was. And so what that means is I work closely with women who are stuck in caterpillar syndrome. That's where you want to learn and grow, change, evolve, but essentially you don't know where to start. And so by using a self-awareness model that I created, I help my clients go from transition to their destination. We work on defining who you are now so that we can uncover who you're truly destined to be. A personal quest of mine is really to help women get out of neutral and get into that future improved version of themselves so they too can look back and say, I was that girl. It is important for me to shine the light so others can follow and to teach others to do the same for this generation and future generations. Now, I am active across all of my social media accounts, and you can learn more about me at iwasthatgirl.com. Thank you guys so much, and you have a wonderful evening.
Thanks for that, Rita. That was an excellent presentation. One of the things that you mentioned in your presentation, I really resonated with. You said right at the start, off the bat, you said, parents, caregivers, they need to be working on themselves first before they can adequately instill growth mindset in children. So I think I completely agree with this. So I do have a question with respect to this. Now, obviously, the entire world is right now going through crisis. And all kinds of crises, right? We have pandemic, we have Black Lives Movement, we've got people questioning even historical fact, pulling down statues and monuments and defacing these kinds of things. Now, surrounding all of this are real bread and butter issues. People are losing their jobs, losing their lives even. There are no real emotional guidelines that tell us how that provide all the answers. But what kind of tools or frameworks can parents, caregivers, even teachers use to create that firm foundation in this evolving macro environment for children? How do you teach children to deal with adversity?
Well, that's a great question. Thank you so much, Joe. Right now, it is a difficult time, right? The world is very heavy. You touched on several things that have been going on just this year alone. But on top of that, each family, each person has their own personal, challenges and struggles that seem to present on a daily basis. So the question is, how do we, help our children in the face of adversity when we too as adults struggle, right? So what I think is, and it kind of ties into what I talked about in my presentation, you know, it has to do with mindfulness, and it has to do with actively controlling and managing our mind. I talked about how there are 60 to 80,000 thoughts, right, that we have on a daily basis. And if we're only focusing on the negative, we are going to stay in a perpetual negative state. So one of the things that I like to do with my clients and even my own children is to do little bite-sized exercises of mindfulness. So, you know, breathing, having them calm their mind, having them think about things as far as gratitude and empathy. These are certain things that we can teach our children. But in the presentation, I talked about working on ourselves, right? So this is actually a good tool for ourselves. So if you think about it, Joe, when was the last time someone taught you how to process your feelings or your emotions? Did you learn that when you were a child? Did you learn that in school, at home? No, often not. Parents, and I've been guilty of this myself, when your child is crying, you pick them up and you're, no, don't cry, don't cry. You try to calm them, and then you just want them to stop crying, and then you move on. But what if we asked our children, why are you hurting? Yes, there might be a physical issue, but if they're hurting internally and their emotions are hurting, as the world is hurting right now, ask them what they're feeling. Let's process those emotions. Essentially, your emotion is a vibration, a feeling that you're going to, you're going to feel in your body. And so what I like to tell other people and my clients, process those emotions, don't resist it. The world is full of uncertainty with the pandemic, people losing their jobs, Black Lives Matter movement. Again, those are just a few of the heavy topics right now, but when we focus on things that we cannot control, that leaves us feeling powerless, helpless, and then we focus on the negative. So what we want to do is focus on the positive, Joseph. Focus on the things that we can control. So a few tips, as I talked about with children specifically, is gratitude. So an exercise that has performed very well is have your child close their eyes, breathe in, breathe out, nice, deep, big breaths. Have them close their eyes and ask them, think about someone that you care about and think about what you would say to them. And often it's a loving, caring, endearing term. Have them continue to breathe in and out because, again, we're being mindful and taking time to be in our surroundings. Now ask them to think about someone who might be struggling or something that is challenging for someone. And then also ask them to think of something that they would say to that person to make them feel better. This is teaching them gratitude, and this is teaching them empathy. So when you can instill these little small tools and tricks into your child at a young age, when they become an adult, they will know how to process their emotions. They will know that it's okay to allow these feelings of uncertainty. Because that's really what it boils down to. It's uncertainty and it's fear. So how do we manage that in ourselves and in our children? So a couple more things, one, like I said, try not to focus on the things you don't have control over. Envision positivity. There is some truth to vision boards and law of attraction and, positive energy that you put out there. So try to envision that type of world. Try to envision what your future looks like. Sometimes it's so hard because we don't know what tomorrow has in store for us. But think of your life. Think of your life as a timeline. Our life can go like this. There's definitely can be a roller coaster. When you look at your life, write it down. Write down your good times and your bad times. And you will see that you were able to persevere. You were able to push past that. Because although your past, when you look back at it, it feels certain. At one time, it was uncertain, just as the future is. So if we can instill that in our child, now it's actually going to set them up for a brighter tomorrow, as I said, right? So there's that reflection because what was once uncertain actually is, we do have control over that. And then one more thing that I would like to add too is as children, sometimes we tend to get so scared because we don't know what tomorrow is going to hold. And then we feed off of the energy in our surroundings, whether that be our parents, caregivers, teachers, anybody that surrounds us. So it's really important for us to also have a calm, clear mindset. So if you find that you are, anxious, because anxiety can be a big stressor for us right now, try doing something like meditating, or, just the deep breathing, yoga, anything that's going to bring that cortisol level down. So it's really important to tap into that parasympathetic nervous system, because that will allow us to think clearer and to make better, more concise decisions. Think about the future as if it were a blank canvas. Now that may be really scary to some people, but if we can shift that mindset and look at the blank canvas as a world full of opportunities and possibilities, take what you have control over and what's important to you and do what you can in small digestible pieces, and then it's going to make you feel like you have more power, and you're going to show your children that you can do these things, and it will be empowering versus disempowering.
And to take us home is actually a panel discussion hosted by Laura Holdaway. Laura she's based in Sydney. She's originally from the UK, and she's a psychologist, and she started her career actually as a primary school teacher, which she did for 8 years, and she followed her own dreams and passions before moving to Australia to work in the field of mental health and well-being. So she has a wealth of knowledge and experience, and the importance of having a growth mindset at all ages of life, as well as the habits we can create to support this. Now, joining her are two couples, and they're the panelists, who I'm proud to call my friends as well. Ray Gunaraj and Daphne Yip are founders of Sindesi, which is a holistic curriculum development company. And they've been married for since the year 2000, and they have two amazing children, Samuel and Samantha. And last but not least is R. Chandran and Amy Cheng, founders and creative director of Act 3 Theatrics. They are both revered theatre practitioners in Singapore. They've written different, all kinds of scripts. And in fact, they've been working on their YouTube channel that I've also been helping out with them during this COVID-19 situation. Amy is a prominent actress in Singapore and co-owner of Act 3 Theatrics. You probably know her most famously from Growing Up, the TV series Growing Up, and the recent Hollywood blockbuster hit Crazy Rich Asians. So I'm going to hand this time over now to Laura, Ray, Daphne, Chandran, and Amy.
Hi, Joseph. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yeah, beautiful. So I thought I'd just start by saying thank you and well done to all the phenomenal speakers today. It's been brilliant to hear from each and every one of you, and all the insights and learnings that you've shared. And thank you also for inviting me to join you on this panel. I thought it might be useful just to share a little bit more about my background coming from the teaching, because I just think it really follows on perfectly from Reader's presentation. And right, as you said, I was doing it for 8 years back in the UK. And right from the start, I was so passionate about not just teaching children about, how to learn and do well in their maths and English and reading, but really teaching them those life skills that are going to take them beyond the classroom throughout the rest of their lives, and incorporating some of those activities. So not just the things like mindfulness and meditations to help them have that calm state, but also things like teaching them resilience and self-esteem, helping them identify their individual abilities and strengths. And it's everything that everyone's been talking about today is so perfectly, all come together as these pieces of the puzzle, I feel. And if we can instill these in children, rather than wait till we're adults to discover what our unique strengths and abilities are, then what a great start we're giving the children. So we used to do different activities like vision boards. We did activities where we made little gratitude cubes, and like they created them themselves, and then each day they could go and put something they were grateful for. And if they were ever having a down day, they could go to their gratitude cube and choose something that would help brighten their day. And other little things like one task that I remember they really loved, and I had feedback from children even years later after teaching them, was getting them to have a picture of themselves in the middle of a piece of paper and passing that around the classroom, and all of their friends in the class sort of saying something that they thought was great about that child and what they thought their strengths were, and then it went all the way around. And then when they got it back, honestly, the joy on their faces, because you were saying, Joseph, earlier, that the importance of feedback from others as well to identify our own abilities, and having that feedback of strengths and things that they probably weren't even aware of themselves, but others could identify. And I even had children come back to me a few years later saying, oh, I'm told I've still got it up on the wall. And yeah, I loved that little session we did. So I think it is so important to teach children this toolkit, if you like, that they can carry with them, not just through that year that you're teaching them, but year after year. And I was also sort of lead of personal social health education across the school. So we do whole school events with a different theme each year in instilling that positive mindset in children. And it really, I think, I taught in year 3, so children are sort of 7 or 8 then year 4, and then up to year 6. And it was fascinating for me in year 6 to see children who I'd, either taught or knew of in previous years, who sometimes were very academic and very gifted and talented and sort of breezed through their younger school years. And then when the content got more challenging, or they had to do more problem solving where it wasn't just one answer, those children who hadn't instilled that, things like resilience and that positive growth mindset were often the ones, even though they had the skills and the knowledge, were the ones who would have the breakdowns, like, oh my God, I can't do it. And if they then got a mistake, they weren't used to that because they've been used to getting, the answers right all the time. And we know that for success in life, it's 20% is the skills and the strategies, and 80% comes down to the psychology. So this is everything, that we've been learning today from all the speakers, both for adults and for children, is about that psychology and mindset. And also, as Rita was saying, I really started to notice through my teaching the impact on children's mental health and well-being. And I did notice signs of anxiety and depression in children as young as 6. And that really sparked my interest to explore that and research that more. And as Rita said, there's so much research that shows the impact of our well-being, as well as our mindset and our self-esteem and everything, on our success. Because if you can have all of the knowledge and skills and answers, but if you haven't got that mindset to support that, that will certainly have an impact. And again, children are like little sponges, and they pick up on their environment and the adults around them. And often, parents think children are so unaware. And I had so many staff meetings where the parents would come in and be like, oh, the child, their behavior's been all out of sync. And I'd be like, oh, is there anything like different at home going on? And they'd be like, well, we're actually going through a divorce. The children don't know, but but yeah, and it's, the children do pick up on the energy of everything. So it's important for us to be aware of our own emotions and really be a role model to the children and set that example, and be honest with them when you've made mistakes, or if you've got different emotions coming up on you, like how you overcome them, and be that role model for those children. So I don't know if I've prepared a few questions for the panel, but I didn't know if anyone else needed to introduce themselves first. Joseph?
Yeah, perhaps Ray and Daphne, you could give a short background of Sindesi and the curriculums that you guys have been planning and writing. That'll be useful, and then that sets, you can then share then from your perspective, and then Laura, then you can add on with your questions as well.
Yeah, sure. Joseph, I was going to say, if anyone needed any or wanted any, I can create a PDF of ideas and stuff. If you've got kids at home and you want a few of these ideas, I'm more than happy to share them, so I can share my email or something later if that helps.
Yeah,
okay,
that sounds
hi,
great.
Laura. Sorry to interrupt here. Amy speaking. I think the video on our screen isn't working. We've been trying to get it to work.
But can you hear us?
But if you can hear us, I suppose that's
yes,
fine.
we can hear you. Yeah.
So remain faceless.
Okay.
Okay, sorry for interrupting.
Ray, you wanna Ray, Daphne, would you want to kick us off?
Yeah, my name is Ray. I'm Daphne's husband, and together we are doing what Joe just mentioned, synthesis. So what synthesis does is, so I see that Daphne is already sharing the screen, so she will carry on from here.
Hi, I'm Daphne. Okay, this is us, synthesis. I'm actually an early childhood educator, and I'm also a teacher trainer in this area. And he's my partner. As you can see him, he's Ray. We are life partners. At the same time, we are also business partners. Okay, so he's doing a lot on the business development while I produce the programs. So I'm a certified curriculum designer, right? And so this is what we do. We design curriculum, especially for early childhood setting, parental workshops, as well as learning platform. And we also do workshops for domestic helpers, as well as grandparents, not forgetting them, they are part of the family. And we are also doing early childhood professional workshops. Can you hear me? Yes, okay. And we also do Camp Kubernetes for the families, and we are also part of the Christian community, and that's why we have Faith Builder, simply for the young and the youth. So this is what we do. We want to build, connect with people, ignite their passion, and we discover the purposes together. And this is what synthesis is all about. So we are thankful to have this opportunity to be here, to be speaking to so many of you, and we learned a lot today. And we hope that we can give certain input that will benefit you and your family. Yeah, that's all.
Yeah, so so our passion is actually education and children. And what we are driving towards is that because in current world today, everyone is so focused, especially parents, they are so into, having creating opportunities and chances for their children, and it's all leading towards academic performance. But whereas we want to, put it out there and try and share with the parents and the community that, hey, look, there's more to life than just academic excellence. So that is the angle that we are coming from. And we want to share programs and activities and events that shows that, we can have a really good life of significance that extends beyond academic performance. Thank you, Laura and Joe.
Fantastic. Thank you, Ray and Daphne, for sharing. Who are the other panelists? Did they want to do a little intro before I crack on with some questions?
I think Amy and I, we run a theatre company, basically for children. And we also focus on children and adults with special needs. So for us, it's creating and living stories with children, in different forms. We're not experts in bringing up children. We're just parents and storytellers, basically.
Beautiful. Sounds perfect. Perfect. And anyone else on the panel? Was Junior on the panel as well? Or just us two? Us four? Maybe just us four. Okay, so a couple of questions I'd put together based on listening to all of the speakers today, as well as from my own experience. And, a lot of the speakers have talked today about how it's often the unconscious beliefs that we as adults have picked up in our imprinting ages in childhood that actually have an impact on how we run our whole lives and how we interact with others and the world and how we go through life. So I'd be really interesting to interested to find out and see if you can unpick for yourselves. If you think back to your experience through childhood and growing up, what are some of the lessons and beliefs that you adopted, that you absorbed through, you know, whether it was school or from your parents or friends growing up, and how that impacted you moving forward, whether positively or negatively? And, you know, maybe you've discovered those and turned them around. And like we were saying earlier, awareness is the key and that first step to change. So when you can identify those in yourself, you're then able to move forward and support your children and your families and your loved ones moving forward. So if like I could give you, if there's anyone got any that they're already thinking, oh yes, like I'm able to identify that growing up I developed this belief through my experience, and that had this impact on me through life. And or I'll share a little example of my own just while you're having a ponder. And I'd like to come to each of you actually, if that's okay. So have a little ponder. But for me, for example, I remember at a young age, through my parents and watching them, I really developed this belief that I can do anything that I put my mind to. And I used to see my dad doing like different competitions and events, and he ran like the marathon. You know, he wasn't the fittest person, but I really saw that my dad had this real mindset that he could do anything he put his mind to, and that really instilled it in myself. But also, so that was a positive one, but there was also, I remember this experience of when, you know, I used to go home and I'd be like, oh, Mum, Dad, I got 90% in my maths test today. And my dad, as a joke, would say, oh, why didn't you get 100? And although I knew he was joking and I was like, ah, ha, ha, the little inner child in me thought, oh God, there's always more I can do, that, you know, that I should try even harder next time. And I think through life, I then became a bit of a high achiever and did more and more. And although it served me in the sense of I've achieved loads of, you know, I used to set myself goals and achieve them, and I've done loads of amazing things in life because of that driven side of my personality. I've also learned that to make sure you have that balance, and that knowing when enough is enough. And so that's just an example from my own life, how our beliefs can have such an impact on how we move forward in life. So maybe over to Ray and Daphne first. Like, are you able to identify some of the lessons that you got instilled as a child, either from your parents or from your schooling, that has impacted you in positive or negative ways?
I think for me, I had a very true story to tell when I was 12 years old. In Singapore, at 12 years old, you have to undertake a major exam called the PSLE that will take you to the right secondary school if you get good marks, you know. So at 12 years old, about 2 or 3 months before the actual exam, my teacher told me, Daphne, you can't make it, all right? You can't pass. So this exam will tell you whether when you go to the secondary schools, you're going to take a 4-year course or a 5-year course. And 5 years seems like a long time to me. But my teacher said there's no way you can go for an express course, which is definitely because your mathematics subject is terrible. You're always getting an F for it, fail, yeah? So I was really saddened by her remarks, but I think that turned out to be a turning point for me. And from that moment, I believe that I don't believe what she says. And I kept thinking and thinking, you know, who says I can't make it? Who is she to tell me that I can't make it? And I can and I will. So I think I'm thankful for my mother, who has never forced me to say that you must get 100 marks, you know, you must get this, you must get that. So I think that actually instilled in me and give me the free will to decide what I want to do, how I want to achieve things. So that was when the turning point was. I told myself, I'm not going to study for an extra year. Definitely not. I'm going to make my mom really, really happy. Okay. So for the next 2 months before the major exam, I planned. So what are you going to do, Daphne? Are you going to just sit down? Oh, I want to get into express stream. Oh no, I'm not going to do that. So I decided that I would just devote my time to prayers and devote my time to read and detach myself from television. And for that 2 months, that's all I did. And guess what? When the day of the results came and I got the pass and I managed to get into the express stream. And I took this lesson till now, I still remember vividly. I was actually jumping from walking home from my school to home. I was really skipping. And I was really so thankful, and the smile on my face, that is the experience that I wouldn't want to forget. And that takes me to adulthood as well. So every time I experience somebody telling me, Daphne, you can't make it. And the sweetness, of that victory, of that hard work that you have put in, the effort that you put in, will always remember. So I'm really thankful for the people. And even I'm thankful for that teacher for telling me that. If not for her, I think the kind of positive mindset will not set in me, and it sets in me for a lifetime.
Amazing share. Thank you, Daphne. Very inspiring. Very inspiring. Ray, what about you? Does any
Junior is back on as well.
Oh, fantastic. Go for it, Junior, if you're ready to go.
No. Okay. I thought Ray. Okay, so like I so get what you ladies are sharing, and likewise, right? I had a dad who was amazing. I remember cycling on the bicycle once along East Coast Park. He came alongside me and he was like, I heard your cycling is very good. I was a bit boastful and I was like, of course. And guess what he did? He inched nearer to me and he began to kick my back wheel. I was like, oh my God, what's this guy doing? I'm gonna fall. But as I regained my balance, what I got present to is how he was trying to push me and egg me on towards even better cycling skills. So today, who I am is someone who can cycle with no hands, flip through the file as I cycle on the main road, and I'm loving it. And that's the kind of parenting I do with my kids, to increase the boundaries so they, as you know, I think so often parents, out of our good intentions to protect them, our boundaries ironically are so small that it's within our comfort zone, right? So when we've got a small comfort zone, guess what? The kids never get to expand to the fullness of their potential. So that's how I bring my kids up. I'm like, come, mommy's going to teach you how to climb the fence, how to pick locks, and how to do so many other fun things, so that you really live a life that you get, that you can do anything you want. Yeah, so that's my share, a short
Beautiful.
one.
Thank you, Junior. And on that note of like comfort zones, it's so good, even teaching children, you know, the visual of that circle. If our comfort zone is sort of this size, when we actually take a step outside of our comfort zone and we achieve whatever it was that we didn't initially think we could, our comfort zone actually grows with us, and we can expand it and make it bigger and bigger. And teaching children that from a young age, you know, they'll be invincible by the time they're adults. And often we don't learn this knowledge until we're adults. And we're like, oh, if we'd have only known this 20 years ago.
And exactly like what you said, what Disney said, is outside the comfort zone is where the magic happens, yeah?
Absolutely. And it's teaching children to expect those challenges and expect those failures, because that's where that growth can really come in, and like you say, the magic happens. Beautiful. Thank you, Junior. Ray, what about you?
Yeah, hi. Thank you. Very nice sharing. Nice to hear. Yes, I do. Of course, all of us have past experience, but there are two things that influenced the way I actually parent my kids. So when I had my boy, it was a learning journey. So when I had my girl, a few years later, I became a little bit better, because my son was the guinea pig, so to speak. So okay, so what to answer your question, my past experience, yes, I've had negative and as well as positive as well. So I learned how not to be a father from my father, and so that kind of shaped my parenting journey. So you know, I'm still young, not that old yet, but in those days, you know, parenting style was very different from what it is now. I had a very stern, strict father. So coming back home is like coming back to a military camp. So everything goes according to clockwork. What needs to be done has to be done, and of course, yes, academic performance was priority back then. So I actually wanted to be a musician. I wanted to travel the world and sing on stage and perform and play the guitar, and I just wanted to do that. That was my passion back then. But of course, I didn't do that. So bringing the report book back home after school was scary back then for me. So so everything was focused on purely academic performance, and life wasn't easy. It was very, very tough. So things which shaped my parenting style now, I look back and I see the kind of stress that I had as a child. I don't think it is very good to put our children through that kind of stress, because like what I mentioned earlier, there's more to life than just academic performance. Of course, you need basic. Yeah, I see Amy and Chandran there. Okay, so of course,
my laptop. Sorry to drop. Yeah, sorry, Ray.
yeah. Okay, so of course we need that foundation, the academic foundation. But what I really feel the parents now should focus on is, we have had enough about IQs, and we need to focus on about those things that go beyond IQs, that beyond academics. What about your mind, your heart, today we are talking about passion, purpose, stuff like this. We are kind of like in a cookie cutter society where everyone has to go through this belt, and then you go into that station, and then you come out from that station, you go into this belt, and this is what you're supposed to be. So we need to get out of that. And how do we get out of that? The parents have to change first. The parents' mentality has to change first, and from there, because if we ourselves do not change, we cannot expect our children to change. And before we can preach, we need to practice what we are hoping to preach. So yeah, so as I was mentioning, both positive and negative as well. So I learned what not to do from seeing my father and how I felt. And right now, I try as much as I can to just do the opposite of what my dad did back then. Yeah.
Yeah, just to add on to that, I think
absolutely.
it's so true to learn
That's
from
our son back then.
yeah, that's even. So actually, I was gonna talk about him too. Yeah, what you said earlier on about using our own experiences, what worked for us, how we felt when we were pushed in a certain direction, and how we might not want to do the same thing for our own children, or we might want to do the same thing for our own children. And I think more importantly, because our younger son, whom you just saw earlier on, Jeevan, he's actually having his PSLE now. And, this is such a crazy period of time, right? Where, home-based learning and all the other stuff. And I think it's really about creating a strong, giving him support and creating a very strong mental health approach rather than just the academics. It was a huge actually lesson for me too, to let go of expectations and things like that. I mean, it's always something that I think I'm over it. And then when I see the group chat, because parents like to, talk about, the homework, assignments, tuition and stuff like this. And I'm going, oh my God, am I doing enough? Things like this. But it's always like, okay, I haven't really let go of the expectations, and reworking and reflecting and thinking of ultimately what is important. So I think both of us agreed that what is important is that, yeah, he stays, disciplined, has a sense of routine, but otherwise it's not about you need to attain this grade, you need to go to this school. Yeah, time for play,
Absolutely.
relaxation and things like that.
For me, it's very simple.
Absolutely.
For me, I just expect one thing. It's good manners, and for children to treat others, it could be human beings, could be animals, well, with dignity. I think that's what I learned from my dad. And as we all know, the idea, I think, is for us to live by example instead of telling them what to do. So that's what I do. That I try and inculcate that within myself. To treat people well, to
like if you go to a restaurant, how you deal with others. And the other thing is not to give excuses, even like when I am late, I say that I'm late because I should have left earlier before I bring in, like a traffic jam or something, so that they don't always latch onto excuses and, for their shortcomings. Yeah, for me, that's very simple. That's just that.
Yeah, I suppose there are certain
Brilliant, thank
expectations,
you. And it's showing them,
Yeah, I suppose there are certain expectations. I mean, we want them to be the best that they can be. So yeah.
Anybody else?
Yeah, absolutely. And I imagine as parents, all of you just want your children to be happy,
Sorry,
I think
Laura.
we've heard from all of our panelists there. Go for it.
So Ray was about to say something.
Oh yeah, sorry. If there's one thing that I would like to, really focus on is that I really try to inculcate the love for challenges into my son now, because my girl is only 3 years old, so she's quite young. But I try to use little experiences that we go through in life to enable him to enjoy the experience, going through the experience of challenges, to enjoy and love challenges. So that is kind of, it ties back to what we were having earlier about this fixed and the fixed mindset and growth mindset, right? Yeah, so I think a lot of kids tend to shun away from challenges and they limit their, abilities. That's one thing, yes.
And I think
absolutely, and teaching children that there will be challenges, expect them. Go on, Amy.
And I think that may kind of tie in with what one of the points that Rita brought up. I think it's the fear of making mistakes, the fear of failure, and hence this, not wanting to meet with challenges. But yeah, it's to build up the resilience and to accept that failing and making mistakes are just part of life. I think that's the huge mindset that needs to be overcome. I mean, even for myself. Yeah.
Fantastic. Any other shares on that question before I move on to our next hot question? No, we all good? So the second thing that I noticed coming up in the talks today and the discussions were around, in having that peak state, and Joseph shared how he got into that peak state when he was doing his skydive, but actually how can we get ourselves into that peak state every day so that we're coming from our best selves, if you like. So for example, and showing our children how they can do the same as well. So you don't have to go and do a skydive to get yourself in that peak state. You can actually find it within by doing different activities that light you up. So for me, I've learned over the years, like meditation and yoga really get me in a peak state in terms of like real calm, clear head. I'm really balanced, and my day is always smoother when I've done my meditation in the morning and my yoga. But doing other things like running just is phenomenal for me, and music and dancing, and like whenever there's music around, like that just instantly gets me into state. And I'm even if you're having a bad day, if you put a song on that you've got good memories around and it's got a good beat and that lights you up, you can change your state in an instant. So, and it's good for us to identify those activities in ourselves, so that if we do come home, if we've been working all day and we're feeling a bit like exhausted, and then we're coming home to our partner and our children in that negative state, then that's going to impact on that evening or that weekend if you're coming from that less than peak state. So what different activities do you know of that for you really light you up, and that you can do not only for yourself but also instill in your children and to help them as well? Junior, do you want to go first? I intuitively knew you were going to go.
Okay, for me, I love what you share about music. So wait, just aside, just now, Amy, I so totally can identify with what you say when, you choose that grades are not the priority, but then the chat group comes on, all the homework and all. So I get that, right? Like, and with 5 kids, but I think where I've moved on from that is to remind myself that I'm not going to go with the flow, you know, and then we're going to be the salmon swimming the upstream. So back to you, Laura. I love what you said about music. So it's really for me, music. So I wake up with music. I've got my playlist for me. I've got a few of my favorite songs because early in the morning when I wake up, as I brush my teeth, I literally listen to music and I dance in the mirror. And that really gets me up, you know, the positive upbeat of it. And I've realized that even at home, that's what the kids do. So they can be like baking and then they'll just be singing and dancing to a different beat of music. And I love that background music because we all know, right? Unconsciously, our thoughts are trained to focus on the negative and to spot, you know, the danger. But when the background music is uplifting, upbeat, and the kids are in motion, it's amazing. The energy level is just it's just different. So music, yes. So get a playlist of your favorite kind of music. Yeah. And okay, the other thing about music is I watch the lyrics. So for my kids, I tell them I don't want any negative connotation. I want you to be mindful of what you're feeding your mind, even as you're listening to music. So positive words. Yeah, that's it.
Brilliant, brilliant. Thanks, Junior. Anyone else got some good suggestions that they use or might start using maybe? Or any that you, Amy, did you say you have you guys have children as well?
Yeah.
What sort of things do you do with your children? Like if they've come home from a really tired, you know, they're exhausted from school and they're in that really slumped state, like what do you do or what can you do that's going to help them get back into that peak state and enjoy, you know, have a better experience moving forward?
Well, I think communication is important. So, you know, when they come back home, they don't look so happy. I usually ask like how your day was, and they may not be in the mood to talk about it yet. So I just give them that space, let them do what they need to do, eat or whatever, and then just gently come back to it again. And I feel that if they don't feel like they're pressured to tell you anything, but you're just there for them, by they will start to open up and share. And the reaction then is important too, not to get, you know, too whatever the news is, and just to be encouraging support, because that sets up for future such situations. Yeah, my husband, he likes to probably...
For me, I'm the sporty one. So, you know, our younger one loves badminton. So, you know, it's sort of start talking to him about things related to sports. And for the younger one, that helps him. For the older one, he's doing political science in the university. So for me, I'm quite open-minded about, you know, politics and world affairs. So, you know, sometimes we see him that he's quite stressed. So we start talking about, you know, world affairs in a really subtle way, and then he starts slowly opening up and then sharing thoughts. Yeah. So I'm the distraction in the life. Amy's the serious one.
No, with sports too, it helps them get out the energy.
So for me, is to see what
definitely, and there's actually research that shows
it's a good cop bad cop strategy. No.
I mean, for myself, if I feel down or whatever, I find that going for walks really help a lot. Like just, you know, yeah.
For me, I enjoy writing, so that's what, yeah.
Yeah.
I believe in food. So if our children
and
comfort food, right?
Yes. So I believe that when the children are upset, I think I gave them their favorite food, which is ice cream. So sometimes I change the routine. They come back from school. Usually we have lunch, right? You want to have porridge. You want to have the proper food. So sometimes we change our routine. Okay, let's not have any rice today. Let's have ice cream for lunch today. Let's have pancake for lunch today. So I think that lifts up their hearts, you know, and their spirit. And that's when you can start talking about it. So I felt that as parents, we need to be observant. Sometimes we need to see where they are. Where are they right now? Their mind, where are they right now? So it's no point in forcing them to speak up or talk about it when the mind is not there, not present at all. So I rather that, okay, let's not think about it. Let's do something which is different. So that helps in many ways, you know. And when they are feeling better, in fact, if you have a good relationship with them, they will just talk to you automatically. You don't have to force. And then they will, after that, after a while, they'll say, oh, mommy, this happens today, or daddy, I was very upset with this boy, who did this to me. So I believe in food, yeah.
Okay, so for me, for me it's sleep. Come back, you look tired. Oh, I know. I mean, my son is 8 years old, so he's pretty young. It's very obvious when you see him not himself, right? It's pretty obvious. You can look at the face. So I know. Okay. So first thing, we come back, do your routine stuff. Come, let's go to bed. So when we go to bed, we lie down, we just chat. We chat, just chat about the day, how it is, and then I will ask him, you want to relax, you want to have a nap first? And if he says yes, okay, I know it's time to move away, and let him get over it, think about it, process. And then when he wakes up, he will just come and ask me, Papa, do you know why I went to bed? Because he normally doesn't go to bed when he comes back to school. It's very difficult to get him to rest. So he himself will come and, he will share with me, he will open up. At times, it could be just watching TV. So I will break the routine, like what Daphne shared. I will break the routine, but instead of food, we will go into play mode, either play or watch TV. Okay, forget about your homework. Just let's chill, watch TV. Let's play, and then after that, he will ask me, "Wow, that's different. How come you did that today?" I don't know. I just feel like it, and then he will start to share. Oh yeah, something happened. I want to share with you. So that's how we do it.
Absolutely. And it's funny because all of you have expressed it in your experiences with your own children. And I was going to say, as a teacher, I learned through more like research and then experience that children do often share, particularly boys. They're more likely to share if you're engaging them in another activity, that they're doing something, completely different. And then you start opening up the conversation. Whereas girls, is a little bit easier to just sit down, and girls are naturally quite, chatty and share their thoughts and emotions with their friends anyway. So, but yeah, particularly boys, engaging them in another activity, whether it's sports or some sort of distraction, then they're more likely to open up about how they're really feeling. And yeah, definitely. So all brilliant shares. And I think it's so important. You probably heard the phrase before about how you can't pour from an empty cup. And I think it's so important. And I'll say that again, Junior, like you can't pour from an empty cup. So imagine your own self-love cup. If your cup's like empty, you can't then pour that love into your children or your loved ones around you. So making sure that you're doing those things, whether it's even sleep for you, Ray, and Junior, music for you, and food for you, Daphne. I know they're the things you've identified that help your children as well, but it's finding those things for you that are going to fill your own cup so that you're full, and your energy is at that peak state, so that you're then able to come from that place of love and support for those around you as well. So my final, I'm just conscious of time as well, so I'm going to just stick to one final question. I'd love to hear from each of you. What have been your key magic moments or takeaways from this webinar that you're really going to take away and implement moving forward? What are like your golden nuggets that you have taken from maybe one speaker or from each of the speakers in their own way? What is the thing that you've felt really wowed by or moved by, or thought, oh, actually that's something that I'm going to take and install in my life and in my family's lives moving forward to serve both myself and my family in a better way? Who would like to start us off this time? I'll give you a few more minutes. I'll share. For me, I've absolutely loved hearing everyone's different, and I think it's just reinforced that knowing that everyone's unique in their own ways, and everyone has their own strengths and abilities, and all of the different topics, again, how they've interlinked, but you can see all of those themes running through from the speakers and their presentations, that they are coming from that place of passion and purpose and they've got their own strengths and unique individual abilities, but it's recognizing, you know, for yourself how amazing you are, and that you have something to give and share in the world as well. So yeah, lovely to hear from everyone who did a brilliant job in their own light. So anyone else got any nuggets or magic moments or new reflections, or maybe it's even just reminding yourself of things that you've taken away that you thought, oh yeah, that's reminded me of what I already knew but I needed to hear again.
I think it's, for me,
and
it's
again, this could open up in the go Ray.
No, I was just going to say that for me, it reinforces the idea of, you know, I mean, we all share this journey where, you know, we deal with children, we deal with people, and I think it's good to hear that this idea of being positive, it's something that we can all carry with us and pass it on to the next generation to build confidence, to try and be better people. So yeah.
Yeah, I mean, same thing. I think the overall takeaway, I could only join in the last two presentations because I had work earlier on. But I think it was really nice to hear similar experiences, shared experiences, to know that you're not alone as a parent, as a human being. And also that there are tools out there that just look for the help. There are always tools within and without, and never to give up. So yeah, that's my biggest takeaway.
For me,
brilliant, thank you.
The overall theme of the growth mindset. So what I literally got from like the different shares and the different applications of it is whether it's a relationship with myself primarily, or with my spouse, or with my kids, or even with colleagues, or even with my work, right? Having that mindset of not yet, instead of focusing on grades as the end product, but like it's not yet, like what Carol Dweck says, right? Is something that it's a powerful reminder for me to not, because being a type A mom, right? I'm always so full of like, oh, I haven't done this and this and this and this. So it's just for me to enjoy the process, learn as I go along, and just really embrace the meandering rivers of life, right? Because, and it's counterintuitive because our mind, the fastest way from A to B is a straight line. But yet when we look at nature, it actually meanders. It seems to take me off course and then back and off. And I'm like, oh, you know, so to flow more with nature instead of resisting, and to thank God for the circumstances and learn from each one. Yeah, that would be it for me.
Well, thank you.
And knowing, Junior, that you can
carry on.
I was just going to say, knowing you can still flow, but in that upwards trajectory, if you like, and even though you'll have dips, you'll learn from them quicker and be able to grow faster moving forward. So it's rather than a straight one, it's a wavy one, but moving upwards and forwards. Daphne, over to you.
Yes, thank you. In fact, I resonate a lot with Junior. In fact, I was watching your presentation and I resonate so much with it. And I'm really thankful that you are being so authentic. And the whole presentation is really about authenticity. And that's also my belief as a parent as well. We need to be authentic to ourselves as well as to our children. So Junior, in fact, I was quite impressed in the sense that in the whole world right now, sitting here watching your presentation, you tell the whole world what your problem is in your home. And I think that is very much missing right now in our world today, that people are trying to show the best of them in everything they do. In fact, in positive mindset, you also need to be authentic. You need to be assured that what you are feeling, self-awareness, that how you're feeling right now, and how you're going to portray yourself to the rest, you know. Of course, not everything is about sob stories. Sometimes sob stories can be a happy thing. So I would think that the whole summit today, that's what I really learned, that even in spite of all the challenges that's ahead of us, we can still be positive, we can still be authentic, we can still love the challenges that we are facing today, and how to transform it into something that is going to be a dream, you know, for any one of us or for ourselves. So really thank you for this summit. Yes.
So I guess it's naturally my turn, right? Yes, two things. I don't know if I think the Joseph should still be there, right? I learned one thing from Joseph. I'm gonna go skydiving. If I ever get the opportunity, I'm gonna try it. That was awesome. The next thing, yes, a lot of people shared. I mean, all the speakers actually shared nuggets of their past experiences. And Junior topped it all the way up there with, you know, photos and really, you know, like what my wife said, she was really authentic about the experiences, and the things that Junior shared kind of reminded Daphne and myself. You know, we've been married for 20 years. We've been in a relationship for 22 years. It wasn't a bed of roses. So Junior kind of took us back to some of the journeys that we had. Thank you very much for that. Yeah, so I'm also not going to be afraid to share in photos, which doesn't put me in a nice light anymore. So everyone has shared little nuggets of things that kind of like, you know, either rekindled our passion for learning or kind of like shed a little light on our past experiences. So I'm thankful for that. Authenticity, yes, I saw a lot of authenticity in everyone here. It's really nice to be in this community where we are doing things, sharing our views, sharing what we feel out there, but at the same time holding on to our experiences and really being authentic to each other and bringing up kids. You know, we even had a child that came on Zoom earlier to introduce herself with the dad. That was nice. Yeah. Thank you so much.
There's more of that, yeah.
Hey, Gary.
I'm there. Hey guys, just a quick sharing. Thank all of you for sharing. I was coming in and out, so I was shortly after my presentation. I was listening in, but I was also bringing her out for a walk as I promised. But I've learned so much from all of you. Thank you so much for your authenticity behind the sharing. And I think just to share as well, one thing that kind of stood out for me is, and I think Junior also mentioned it, and a lot of us brought it up in one way or another, and this is very much of a journey. It's not just a destination, right? We're always so concerned about where we landed up at, but we often forget that this is a journey, and that along the way we will learn other things, and every now and then we might fall down a little bit, but it's good to know that all of us have, it may not be exactly the same, but there's very similar processes, concerns, and even challenges as well. So whether you are here for the earlier segment or you're also staying for the second part of the summit, where we talk about parenting, even for me as a new father, I take heart from that, knowing that, hey, you know what, you don't have to be perfect. You're going to make mistakes, but we have to continuously. I think that the goal is to give ourselves that space to know that, hey, so we're going to make mistakes. It's always important to remember, first things first, right? What's the purpose? What are our priorities, and not get too carried away by what I think the world sometimes defines as success, but really know what is a priority. Right? So I thank all of you for your very authentic sharing. It's not easy, I know. Even sharing how we pee on the plane before you jump, that takes courage. I encourage us to do a little bit more. So, and I thank you. I thank Joseph also for having me on the panel. And again, hopefully this is not going to be the last, and we can continue to share our experiences and learn from one another as well.
Thank you, Laura. Thank you, Junior. Thank you, Chandran. Thank you, Amy. Thank you, Ray. Thank you, Daphne. Thank you, all the speakers. Thank you, all of the attendees who attended this webinar and who will continue to watch this webinar long after it's over. Wow, I got nothing else to say. I'm so blessed. I'm so honored. I'm so privileged to have spent these couple of hours with all of you to listen to your authenticity, to listen to your open sharing. Yes, that's what growth is all about. It never ends. Yes, so I would like to thank all of you. Thank you for spending the time with us, all these hours with us. And yes, we'll hope to see you really, really soon. Thank you and take care. And all I've got to say is bye.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you for having us, Joseph.